I should be live now. Yay, I'm back. Hey, Lamer. No, my network died. My fucking network died. My stupid ass network died. So I'm curious to see how long this will last. So, because I live in an amazing country. In an amazing country. The fastest internet I can get is also the most unstable. Yeah, I fucking want a Mac. So they called me up a couple of weeks ago and, you can get this faster internet and blah blah. I'm like, yeah, that's okay if I can get like 100 megabytes more. But is it going to be more stable? And she was like, what do you mean by that? Well, look, I've talked to your customer many times, customer support. There's a lot of chatter going on in your boxes. Is it fixed? No, it's going to be the same stability. Then I don't want faster internet. I said to her, there's no reason for me to have faster download when I don't need it if it's not going to be more stable. Because every 2 months, 3 months, it goes down for like 10 minutes to an hour. And it's always when people are at home. It's never, like in the morning or at night or, in the middle of the day. It's always between 4 p.m. to midnight. Where people go, it's probably because it's being overused, to be honest. Probably because it's being overused. But it's always in the evening. And it's still fucking down. Is it not working? Hey, Kevin. I have internet issues. And I have talked to my ISP so fucking many times and they can't. Yeah, it won't help. It's an ISP issue. It's an ISP issue. What is he burned out on right now? Are we going to watch this one? We probably are. Yeah, it's really fucking irritating. And like, I don't know if that even came up, but as I was said, I've talked to them so many times, and it's always when people are going to use the internet that it's going down. It's never when people I could understand it if it was like at 12 in the midday, or when people are at work, they were doing like infrastructure updates and stuff like that. But it's always between 4 and midnight. 4 p.m. to midnight. It fucks up. And I used to call them all the fucking time and bitch and moan and be like, I always say this to them, that I need my internet for my work and I can't have that it goes out all the time. Because if you say that, they tend to get really, really, well, they tend to do more than if you don't say it. Let me put it that way. So I always say to them, like, I need stable internet, so either you fix this or I have to find another ISP and then live with lower download speeds. And they don't want to lose customers because they already have a bad rap. And we don't have many choices. Actually, we don't. I think it's the only choice that we have, right? This and another. We don't have many choices. So if I want anything over than 50 down, I don't have... This is the only choice I have. And 50 down, it's just too fucking slow today. Like, it was okay for 10 years ago when I had, you know, like the most stable internet I ever had was, you know, plugging it into the fucking phone line. That, like, it never failed. Never. It was just fucking running all the time. And I actually streamed for many, many years on that line with like a 5 megabit up. But right now I need at least 8 for YouTube. 8 to 9 upload. It took shit long to upload videos. It really did. But it's... I just can't understand that in today's age, they still can't figure out how to get reliable internet going. And honestly, I think it comes down to cost. Because I'm on a coax cable now. And everything is moving fiber optic. Everyone is like, it's what's being put into the ground. It's what's, you know, people are doing is fiber. So I kind of understand that they don't want to upgrade, you know, coax cable infrastructure when everything is moving fiber. The problem is that the apartment complex are the ones that have to then put the fiber from the sidewalk into the apartment complexes. And they don't want to do that because it costs them money. And in their opinion, coax cables are enough. But they forget that, well, the ISPs are not basically maintaining the coax cables that much anymore. So the people in the apartments are not going to get reliable internet. So they're shooting themselves in the foot, but everything comes down to money, and it's really fucking crazy because I don't think anyone would be, you know, against getting like $10 up in fucking rent if you could get fiber optic in your house. Like, I would gladly pay the fucking, you know, the homeowner, whatever it's called, the ones that, you know, the apartment complex managements, whatever, if they set it up at like fucking $10 a month, if every vendor had to pay like $10 a month, then every house could get fiber optic. But there are probably some fucking alcoholic or grandmother somewhere, oh, I don't want to pay $10 more, even though the rent is going to increase more than $10 each year anyway. It's just normal increases in rent in Denmark. They always go up year by year. And if everyone, like, how many households is there here? There's like about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's like 14 or 13 households in each block. And if they each paid like $10 over like a couple of years, that work would be paid. You know, the installation fees and everything would be paid in like 2 or 3 years. And it's way more reliable. It's an infrastructure that they're investing a lot of money in on the ISP side and stuff like that. Because I had this talk with my ISP. I was like, why the fuck can I not get fiber here when everyone around me can? And basically what the guy was telling me is that, well, it's up to the people owning the apartments complexes to pay from the sidewalk into the apartment complex. And he says it's not expensive, but they still don't want to do it. even though that they could then raise the, you know, the rent, because everyone wants fiber nowadays, and they're willing to pay a little bit more rent for fibers. Am I still online? I'm still online. Fucking hell. I was about to say type in chat if I'm not online, but it's not like... Let's see this burnout video, because burnout is a real thing. I just need to turn off the sound here, and then let's give him a little bit of sound in here. Because I have a feeling that Chris Titus Tech, he really likes to bitch and moan about his life without any reason to.
Head and shoulders? I didn't know you had dandruff.
I don't.
You got the money?
Yeah, I got your money.
Head and shoulders? Didn't know you had dandruff.
I don't. I don't.
Head & Shoulders fjerner skæl og har en forebyggende effekt. Med op til 100% beskyttelse mod skæl.
Will you fight the darkness?
I don't want Blizzard games in my life anymore. They are fucked up.
For the Diablo 4.
How have you been through, Chris? Your brain's still functional? Somewhat. I've been working on, oh geez, so much stuff. From the regular YouTube channel, I'm working on getting back to 3 videos a week on regular YouTube, mainly just, you know, it's really, AdSense and all that has not been great.
Okay, so yeah, he's doing it for the money. This is why you should not take him seriously, because if he's the way he's saying it is, he don't give a fuck about his content, but he wants the money. That's why he's doing it. He wants more money out of YouTube. So that means that money comes before content.
To say the least. So I was like, okay, I need to get back.
Oh, are you doing that shit to me again now?
These live streams. So I was like, okay, I need to get great.
This is a
It's
virtual box issue.
on. Oh, geez, it's so much stuff. From the regular YouTube channel, I'm working on.
What the fuck?
Calling the live stream to say the
Hey,
least.
Caesar.
I was like, okay, I need to get great.
Do I need to reload this site now?
Have you been through your brain's fun a week on regular YouTube? Mainly just, you know, it's really.
Why is it doing this? Fucking Linux, man.
And all that not been great. To say the least. So I'm like, okay, I need to get back to going on that, but still love these live streams, and I'm not gonna.
Is this a Pulse audio issue? No, I don't. I have nothing. I don't touch anything. It does this once in a while.
So
Now I have spacebar pressed.
I'm calling the live streams down to Tuesday, Thursday.
I can try and unplug my keyboard.
And then
Nope, that didn't work.
Put them on this talk to where we'll do a video every single day over there, and then get
plugging
3
it in
videos a
helped.
week on the main channel. So it'll be 10 videos total, and then obviously I'm still working my day job on top of all this, but definitely doable. It's just getting that efficiency and productivity there for me. It's always brutal when you first toss on an extra caseload or extra workload, and it's just that initial break-in for the first week or 2. You kind of pulling your hair out, but then your body adjusts and your mind adjusts, and then you can. I think any human can just do anything.
Why are you
It's amazing what
bitching?
the human mind can do. It's just you got to put some strain on it sometimes. You can't have it sit too comfortable. I would say I think it's really important to be uncomfortable every day, mentally and physically. If that makes sense. I don't know. My mind's shot, but that's kind of what's going on up here. It's important to have that.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful not to burn yourself out. Yeah, Pun, I think it's burnout's just a way of life, really, when it comes to it waxes and wanes with everything. And I think everybody goes through burnout.
Not if you're
with
Brody
whatever you're
Robertson.
doing. You can
He
burn out
never
your
gets
job and
burnout.
start doing a
He
little
don't
bit
believe in
less,
burnouts.
and then you slowly just like, hey, I need to recharge, take a vacation, come back, and then you're good to go. But I don't worry too much about burnout because, to be frank,
so yeah, that's not burnout. If you get on top after a day off or a week, a weekend, you're not burned out. That's not burnout. Burnout is that you just can't, no matter how much you get away from it, just the thought of getting back to it is making you fucking sick. That's burnout. You need like a month, 6 months to recover. That's a burnout. Just being tired and run down and need like 2 days, 3 days off, that's not burnout. That's just being run down. That's just being tired. I don't think this guy has, like, he don't come across like a busy guy. Let's see if it's doing this fucking issue again. Let's see if it helps to unplug my keyboard and plug it in again. Yeah.
What most jobs go through, most people, the regular day job. And I really am appreciative from all the opportunities I've had in my life. But
oh, my sound card changed.
some of the darker days where I was working just ridiculous hours, putting it in, just stressed out of my mind.
Holy crap. No.
The type of stress where you're running to the bathroom 10, 15 times a day. Everybody reacts a little differently to stress, but mine is, oh my gosh, it just feels like your guts are jelly. And I look back on that and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was awful. So when I like look at sitting in my garage making videos for YouTube and I'm like, I need to do more, well, that's not really burning out. I mean, that's like, hey, get going, lazy man. You want to go back to that? You want to go back to the slave driving in the mines? Reporting to like a board of directors again? Hell no. Get after it. Otherwise, if you burn out doing this, you're going to be back working for the man. And ain't nobody like working for the man.
Bullshit.
So that's kind of where I'm at. I have the luxury of having that ability to look back and go, wow, that sucked. Yeah, I can make a couple more videos this week. That'd be way better than going back to that. And that's how I kind of get over it. And where, I think a lot of younger content creators that hadn't gone through hell at like a normal 9 to 5, I think
what are you talking about?
A lot easier because they don't have that perspective. Yeah, and I'm thankful for that perspective. One, it sucked going through it at the time, but one, you have that perspective, but two, man, I can't tell you how much I learned. Not very many people can say they rebuilt 30 server VMs, restored Active Directory, rebuilt an entire SAN, and then built an entire Citrix farm and restored the entire financials of a Fortune 500 business in less than 2 weeks.
That's not unheard of.
Like having somewhat functional environment.
Yeah, that's not unheard of.
Log back in and do some of the normal stuff.
That's called normal.
That experience, from what I thought was absolutely impossible at the time, to a lot of the issues I run into today, I'm like, well, I did that. This should be a cakewalk. It's kind of wild. Physically uncomfortable. You sitting on Legos. I mean, stressing yourself, more of like exercise type of thing. When I was a freshman, I was stressed out too. My coping mechanism was food. I gained 10 kilograms. I think that's a big thing. Whenever you get stressed, I think it's really important to find a healthy outlet. That's one thing I always try to stress. But finding a healthy outlet, like I'm a little stressed right now, but nothing that unmanageable. So usually I start the day with a morning walk or something, some form to just kind of get the blood flowing, and then get back in, work a little bit. I find that when you're trying to be productive and being as efficient as possible, like let's say you have an insurmountable task or something that you may deem impossible. A lot of people want to, like, let's say you're new to that and you're like, oh my gosh, this is just, you can't do it kind of thing. You know, you're just almost paralyzed by this fear. The big thing with that is know that you're not going to be able to sit down and just grind it out. I think that's like the just innate thing that we all want to do. You can't do that. You have to break it up into manageable chunks and say,
agree
okay,
with that, yeah.
I'm going to do 2 hours. Like today, I have to do 3 articles, 3 thumbnails, and then after this stream concludes, I need to edit all of it and chop that into probably 3 to 4 videos, depending on what we have. And then how am I going to do all that work? A lot of people go, well, I just work from 9 to 5 and just chop it out.
That's not a lot of work, though.
That never works. So what you do is I find 2 to 3 hour blocks the best. So I know when I'm starting this live stream, I've got like a good 2-3 hours of focused, flow time. Bam, just hit it. And you're like, okay, great. And then when this concludes, bam, I'm right to working out. So I'm out of here. I'm going to go do an hour of intense, high intensity workout.
No. You're not doing hit work. He's not doing high intent. The workout video we saw is not hit workout. If you're doing real high intensity workout, you cannot walk, you cannot breathe, you're puking all over yourself almost. If you can pick up your phone after a set in hit or a session of hit training, if you can walk, if you can do anything other than just breathe, you have not done high intensity workout. Everyone that do high intensity workout, not everyone, but most people do high intensity workout is not doing it right. They're doing, to them it's high intensity hit training. Yeah, I used to do hit workout and it was bad. Yeah. Hit workout, you can't barely breathe. If you can walk around and chat and adjust your fucking selfie cam and masturbate in the toilet afterwards, you have not done hit. Most people's version of high intensity workout is them actually just going 80% of what they're capable of, or 70%. So most people that work out, they go to the gym and they work out like in a capacity of like 40 to 50% of what they can do. And then they get a little bit sweat on their forehead and you think, oh my god, this is so fucking hard and blah, 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 blah. And then there are people that have been used to working out, they may go 60 to 70%, doing a workout. And then there's like the hit people that go up to the 90 plus fucking area. Like if you want to see hit workout, go watch Dorian Yates. Like what is like 6 or 8 time Mr. Olympia, how long you fucking have won. Mensa, what the fuck is his name? Mensa something, that was the pioneer of hit workout. When the way they work out, and then you go see I'm doing hit. No, you're not. You're not. Dude, you're doing intensive workout, but it's just intense, like a little bit over average. And watching him with his bad form and all of this shit, the workout he does, if he's not hurt in like 5 years, or not 5 years, but within like two years, if he continues that, I would be massively surprised. And he's really not pushing himself because he can look at the webcam or the phone here standing. He can walk around and sit. CrossFit is not hit training. It's CrossFit. It's high intensive. It's intensive training, but it's not hit training. Yeah, with high intensity workout, the workout almost ends when you fall out. And that's why you cannot do hit training all the time. It's something you do in blocks. And then you go down to normal intensity training or a little bit over normal intensity training. And then you do hit for a period of time. And then you go back to normal. You cannot do hit 24/7 or all the time. That's why CrossFit is not hit training. It's CrossFit. Yeah. I think I've seen. Yeah. Try and look into the Murph. The Murph. The Murph challenge. It's that Navy SEAL that got killed in Operation Red Wing. The lone survivor, Murphy. He's the guy that's built upon. Like, I wish I could do this. So this is how you do the Murph. 1 mile run, 100 pull-ups, 100 push-ups, 30, 300 squats, 1 mile run in a 40-lip vest or body armor. That's a Murph. Like, this is high intensity. Compare this to the shit that he did. Yeah. Chris Pratt tried doing this. Almost everyone tried doing this fucking thing. They can barely do it. But yeah, it's named after that Navy SEAL. That was his workout routine. Was it Michael Murphy or what the fuck he was called? The guy from Lone Survivor. From Operation Red Wing. That was his workout schedule. So yeah, and then you see Chris Titus Tech calling his CrossFit high intensity workout. Yeah, that's cute. It's like seeing a toddler, you know, putting the pacifier in its mouth and thinking that it's calculating astrophysics. You know, that's really, really cute. Like, just be honest. Like, I'm glad he's doing some workout, but I fucking wish that he had correct instructions that will actually tell him to do the right thing instead of fucking hurting his body. Yeah, this is for like, he was a Navy SEAL when he made this Murphy here. He was a Navy SEAL when he did this, so he was already in good shape. Like, I cannot say tomorrow, oh, I'm doing a 1 mile run and 100 pull-ups and 200 push-ups. I can barely do fucking 10 with my weight right now. You know, I'm so fucking fat that I need to do more cardiovascular workouts because I'm so fucking fat. And I need to go to the gym, but I can barely do 10 push-ups. I've never been as fat as I am right now. I've never been as heavy as I am right now after I got the new job, and I'm not moving around that much. I can barely run fucking 100 meters, if even that, without dying. So doing 100 pull-ups and 200... I can do maybe 1 or 2 pull-ups, if I'm really fucking lucky. You know, of course you need to build your way up to this. You know? And like he said, you can just break it down. Yeah, jump ropes are good, yeah. Oh, Chris Titus Tech's ego. Like... I'm not this will not surprise me that when Chris Titus Tech is looking himself in the mirror, he's seeing this here. This is how he thinks he looks. You know, maybe a little bit more body fat, but I am sure when he looks in the mirror, he sees like this fucking... He has the opposite of Napoleon complex. Because he thinks he's so fucking smart and all the fucking thing. Like, yeah. Oh, dude, I'm over 150 kilograms right now. I'm over 150. I'm 194, 1 meter and 94 centimeters. And I have about close to 90 kilograms of muscle, and the rest is just fat. I used to be plus 90 kilograms muscles. But because of not working out and sitting still too much and all that shit, it's slowly gone down into the high 80s, mid-high 80s. And then the rest is just fat. Yeah, 6'4" is quite tall, but I'm still fat. And yeah, I'm also 40, so it will probably be harder for me to get to the 90 plus kilograms of muscles, but I really want to go up there again. It's a good place for me to be. In the 90 kilograms of muscle play. Plus, I've probably been way higher than that. When at my peak, I probably was like 90. So at my peak, I weighed 118 kilograms. And I had like a body percentage of 20% body fat, and the rest was just bone and muscles. And that was when I was the healthiest. I felt really good there. I could really fucking lift. But that was also in my late 20s, late 20s, yeah. maybe a little bit in my early 30s. I was about like in my early 30s. I started to gain up. I started to build more muscle in my 30s. In my early 30s, where I went up to like 124, but also a little bit of that was fat, of course, but a lot of it was also muscle. And then I just stopped working out after that for a long time and ate a shit ton of junk food. I think the heaviest I have been is probably 160 kilograms plus. But the heaviest I've been, where I knew how much I've been, where I've been on a scale, is where I'm hovering around 150 kilograms right now. That's the heaviest that I know I've been on, where I've been on a scale. But before, when I didn't weigh myself for like 5 or 6 years, where I just ate, I've probably been like 160 plus kilograms. And then it's just sitting in front of the computer and doing nothing. And then I slowly start to work out. I hadn't worked out much the last couple months because I've been really fucking busy. And then my mom died and I had to fucking, handle a funeral and family drama and all that fucking shit. So I really hope I can get to work out this weekend here. Because I've just been fucking worn down from all of this crazy shit with funerals and sickness. She was sick for like a month before she died, so I have to, and she didn't talk with anyone, so I have to deal with all of that fucking shit. Anyone was asking me what's going on and what have you not. I was like always been the guy everyone come to in the family when there's family issues for some fucking weird reason. So I really want to get back into shape. But I don't know, I want to lift, but I want to do more cardiovascular shit. So I want to build a really good base of muscles. And then I want to go over and doing a mixture between cardiovascular and weight. Because you need to lift heavy weights to stay strong and young as long as possible. But you also need, the cardiovascular system to keep up with it. And the thing that's holding me back right now with lifting is that it's my heart. It can't keep up. Like my cardiovascular system is not strong enough to keep up with my muscle mass. That not because I'm big, but I still have muscle mass. But so my muscle mass plus my fat that it's moving around with. When I'm working out, it still have to deal with the fat mass and the muscle mass. So I'm getting tired. Even though I know I can lift heavier. I love rowing. Caesar, I've trained with bodybuilders, fitness expert, dietitians, and all. And I've been doing this, been in this environment for close to 20 years now. Next year it will be 20 years. So I've talked to all of the experts and trained with all of the experts. I used to train people in this, I used to get people to lose weight and train and bulk and all that shit. So I'm not, it's not something that I just, do for fun. I've done, I know what I'm talking about. I just don't have it on paper. But jump ropes, I don't know, I think I'm too fat for jump ropes because you have to think about your joints. When you weigh like 150, 130, 140, if you're starting to jump and run and all of those things, you are putting a massive amount of pressure on your joints. Like if I was 20, maybe, but I'm 40 now. So the best for me would probably be like the rowing machines, bicycling, where I take some of my weight off my joints until my joints get built up and until my muscle gets built up, my cardiovascular system gets built up, and my muscle mass gets a little bit, until my body can really start to handle my mass, then I could probably go and do jump ropes or something like that, or jumping around and stuff like that. But you have to, that's why I hate when I see those workout that they give fat people where they have to fucking go and do not bench presses, but squats and jumping on boxes and stuff like what about their joints? You were smashing their fucking joints away in like 5 days, man. My heaviest is 180 kilograms. Oh my god. The lowest I have ever been as an adult. The lowest. And that was because I got a really bad flu. I was working out like a maniac, but I got a really bad flu. And that was 92 kilograms. That's the lowest I've ever been. And I looked sick. Like I like I was ripped like a motherfucker. But I looked sick. Really, really sick. I wish I had pictures at me at that time. And then when I started to work out again, I was like, I couldn't work out for like 2 months or something like that. And I just lost a shit ton of weight because I couldn't eat. I was really sick and had fever all the fucking time. And then when I started to work out again, I just gained muscle like a motherfucker. Like everyone thought I was on steroids at that point. But then when I started to gain muscle, the fat, because you gain muscle by eating, I was eating all the wrong things, you know, pizza and all of that fucking shit. So I always had like a little bit of a beer belly on me. But it was nice being like hovering around 100 kilograms. But I was at my best at 118, where it was like between 20-24 percent body fat. Maybe the body fat could go a little bit down, but I like the weight with the 118 because I could lift, you know, I can lift really heavy fucking shit, and was still mobile. You know, I could still run, I could still doing all of these, like, we played a lot of American football in my spare time with friends and stuff. Like, I could still be mobile. When I reached over 124 was when I started to notice that, oh, I'm not that mobile anymore. I started to get, you know, worn out by just doing really long walks. So, like, after 2 hours of walking, I was beginning to be like, oh, you know, and dancing and shit like that was just taking the breath of me. So between 118 and 124, even though 124 is probably pushing it, my age, and unless it's pure muscle, but I can never get that in pure muscle. I'm too old for that. I could probably get down to like 118, 115, and then have like 10-15% body fat if I really, really wanted to. But again, how sustainable is that, having that lower body fat? Like 5% is like unhealthy for most people. You cannot sustain that for a long period of time. 10%, 15% I think is kind of the normal, if I'm not mistaken. 24 to 20 to 30 is where, you know, you get a little bit of a dad bob, you know. Oh yeah, shawarma. Oh, I love that shit. Yeah. It's fucking amazing. My guilty pleasure is like, funny enough, it's not that much candy and cake. It's just food. You rock at that, but that's apparently sexy nowadays. I just like normal food, and I like eating a lot of it. And then potato chips. If I'm eating potato chips and nuts, I can eat a lot of those. Cake and stuff like that, I'm not that into it. Like, I have a couple of pieces here and there. You know, sweets, gummy bears, and stuff like that. I can have, like, you know, I can sip through a bag in a day or something like that. It's not really selling me anything. It's either chips, nuts, but again, after, you know, one bag of chips, I'm like, yeah, when I talk bag, I'm like 200 grams of chips or something like that. We don't have those massive bags over here in Denmark. And after one like 100-gram bag of nuts, I'm kind of tired of nuts. But food, I can just eat food all the time. And then pizza. Like, it's fast food and food that I eat a lot of. That's like, fast food is probably like burgers, french fries, pizza, dinner kebabs, shawarmas, you know, all of those things that, you know, every fast food you can think of is kind of my guilty pleasure. It's not so much, you know, the candy, the side of things. It's fast food. And I never been really good into like the whole candy scene, but get me to like McDonald's and shit like that. I can eat till I fucking puke. You know, I go nuts in McDonald's and stuff like that. I can really just fucking eat. Oh, what is it? I had a bad option here. So I do have a column. Do I not need this? I can't remember now. Oh yeah, I don't need the wind thing. That's right. Pretzels, I like them, like the big pretzels, but I can only have one of those. You know, those big ones. One of those and I'm happy. But get me bread and cheese, for example. Or sandwiches and stuff. I'm like, oh god damn, man. I can live off like toasted bread with cheese on it and holy shit, man. I'm going nuts with that shit. Yeah, that's true. We will be the one that lasts the longest. But we also, like, if we keep this lifestyle up, we're also the ones that are going to die first if the world is not going to collapse. So it's like, when you start to get, like, in your 50s and 60s, that's, like, the absolute fucking latest that you can wait with losing weight. Because then you start to, that's where being massively overweight, a lot of issues can come of that. You can kind of get away with it in your 30s and your 40s. Like, I have high blood pressure. That's probably because of my weight. More than likely. Yeah, I'm not that into pretzels. I like like I said, I can eat a few of them, both the big and the small one. It's the fact that I like sauces. Yeah. I get you. But you can still have all of that. It's just in moderations. You know. Yeah, I look slimmer than I am. Like, I look... Again, that's because I have, you know, quite a bit of muscle also. But I don't look like I'm weighing 150 kilograms. Nobody believes me when I'm telling it to them. They think they take like 20, 30 kilograms off or something like that. But being tall helps on it, and if you have like a good base structure, like a good muscle structure and a good bone structure, that's weighs more than people that don't have it. So that puts some kilograms on top of it also. Fat people can lift a lot of heavy shit because they have a lot of fat to help stabilizing it, and help cushioning stuff and stuff like that. That's why you see strongmans having a belly, because fat helps you lift, helps you stabilizing heavy lifts and stuff like that. But it's not healthy in the long run. But yeah, the fatter you are. Tunisia? Who the fuck is calling from Tunisia? What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, it's a scam. Yeah. Yeah, belly is part. Yeah, it kinda is, but if it gets too big, it's become a hindrance. It becomes a hindrance. What if we do this here then? It's a balancing act. It's a balancing act. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. It depends. You can just lean forward, then you can see your PP, or you can stand in front of the mirror and then you can see your PP. So it depends, I guess. Or maybe we should set a minimum size. Let's say 100 times 100. 110 then. That would be okay. Oh! I never really messed with AWS. Yeah, they I don't know. They are weird, man. They are really weird. Really, they're really crazy. I don't know. Like, I get it. It is like, in quotes, easy money, you know, because people are falling for it. And they in reality, the best way to stop scammers is not to stop scammers, it's to making sure that people don't fall for the scam. Because then they don't have a business model anymore. But you cannot, there are generations of people that don't understand, you know, that it's a scammer calling them. But in like 30 years, I don't think scammers would have any business model anymore, because at that point, most people still being alive understand scamming and understand online scamming and phone call scamming, and that would mean that they can't scam, you know, elderly people, because sadly those are the ones that are getting scammed the most. You know, they would be died off in like 30, 40 years. And at that point, they need to come up with something new, because, you know, well, at that point the phones can probably sieve them out. You know, they are living on their last legs, because technology has been so. You know, look at your email address. You know how much scam that's being picked up in your email, and your phone is like telling you right now that it's scammers calling and stuff like that. Just give it 10 more years, and they will probably not even be able to contact you anymore. They, like, scammers are really living on their last legs, and it's the same thing with, like, you know, any addiction basically, you know, or any criminal activity. You don't remove the criminal activity by basically taking away the criminals. You have to take away their business model. So instead of, like, let's say, instead of going after all these fucking pushers on the street and stuff like that, why not spend that money figuring out why people get addicted? And then make sure that people don't have the need for drugs. Like, you will always have a few that does it, but most people that turn to drugs is because of mental health. If they got help and they got treatment for their mental health, there is a massive possibility that they are never going to turn to drugs. So you're taking away the pusher's basically business model. So they can't run a business anymore. Because if you're taking away a pusher, and there is some guy or girl with, you know, mental health issues, they will just turn to alcohol, like sex. They will find something else to be addicted to manage their symptoms. They're just using whatever the fuck they can get their hands on. So you take one away, another one will pop up to satisfy them. But if you take their customer base away, that's the best way to fucking knock down on all of these, you know, pushers and basically almost any criminal activity. If there is no need to do it, then you're taking away their business model. There will always be that you can never get away with it 1000%, but you can drastically fucking minimize it. Like I said with scammers, that's what technology is doing right now, is taking away their business by seeping them into a spam folder, by plugging their numbers automatically when they call and stuff like that. So they are not going after the scammers, but they're going after their business model. Netflix did that with piracy in the beginning. When Netflix came out, almost piracy died from one day to another almost. For many, many years. Now we have everyone is having a streaming service. Now it's too expensive to get every content on the internet, you know, that you want to see, just like it was with cable TV. So now people are pirating again. But before, when we only had Netflix, you paid one subscription and you could see almost anything you wanted. Or at least a lot of the things that you wanted to see. Now you need Hulu and Disney and all that fucking shit. So you're making it too expensive for the normal person to buy all of these services to see all of the programs that they want to see. So they're turning to privacy. And now why is people private our shit? Because you make it too unobtainable. Have you not learned anything from the cable TV area? They are doing it because they can't afford it. If people can afford it, they're not going to private. It's that fucking simple. And then you can throw in some ads to make more money. There's so many other ways you can make more money, you know, from their viewership, or you know, like Google is doing, like you become the product to some extent. And a lot of people will be happy with that. But no. We need our own. Everyone needs their own streaming service. And then they're like, why is piracy on the rise? Because you're making it too expensive for people to see your content. So yeah, they are going to pirate. How do you circumvent that? Making it affordable for everyone, or for most people. Then they don't need to pirate. You know. It's one of Lamer's followers trying to sell you Lamar products. Yeah, I do troll scammers. I troll scammers on Instagram. When it's some, you know, guy that pretends to be a fucking hot ass girl that suddenly wants to talk to a fat fucking ugly idiot like me, you know, and bother me up all, and I'm just fucking with them all. I have a few get really angry at me for wasting a week, a month of their time. You know, it's I love it. If I'm bored and a scammer is contacting me on Instagram, I will play their fucking ass forever. Like, oh my god, how can you talk to someone like me? You're so like, just fucking go with it. And then sometimes I try to get them to send me money. So they will be like, oh my god, I'm here. I don't have money for tax and stuff like that. I'll be like, oh my god, I'm in the same fucking situation, but I need $200 to get home because I'm in the middle of the desert. If you give me $200, I can give you $100 and stuff like that. I'm just sometimes, and if I know it's a scam and they're trying to talk to me, I also did that a lot. I'm like, yeah, okay. I see you're a really beautiful girl. Just so you know it, I charge $1 per text, you know. Or I need a flat fee of $100 to talk to you because I'm so high in demand. Like, I'm trying to scam them. It's fucking amazing. A negative thing for me about streaming services is that they take a movie and a series. Yeah, that's because the owners of that series or movie are basically selling the license. You know, they're putting it out on a bidding block. And the streaming service that are paying the most for it or get it in a deal with another movie or series, you know, if they're buying, you know, chunks of movies and series, it's just highest bidder, man. Just like with cable television, like streaming services, like the television companies have learned nothing from Netflix. Because what we have now on streaming services is exactly the fucking same as we had on the cable TV. We're just getting it over the internet and over cable TV. And they can't seem to fathom that the reason why people left cable TV was that they got everything in 1 or 2 or 3 streaming services. That was what they loved. That everything was in one place, or, you know, a few places. Why they hated cable TV was because you have to pay money to everyone, and it was all over, like, it was 10, 15 fucking services you have to pay for. It's like that now. You know. Yeah, the password share thing I don't want to talk about because I kind of understand why they don't want it, but also understand why they should not do it. And in the end, I just think it comes down to people don't just want free shit. You know. Streaming, it's way too segmented, the streaming market. Like I said, the streaming services have become the new cable TV. They're doing exactly the same shit as they did on the cable TV. And then other thing will come that unified everything into 1 or 2 services, and they will lose their business model. Because that was what Netflix was. Well, it started to be like a renting service where you rented the DVDs via the mailbox. But when they did Netflix streaming, that's why it kind of killed cable TV and it killed piracy, because you got almost everything you wanted in one place. And now they're fragmenting everything and making it massively expensive. You know what? Privacy is going to go up, and it has. And then some other service is going to give you everything in one or two places. And then Netflix and HBO and all of those things, they will die again. I don't understand why they can't seem to fathom this. Have a deal with Netflix that HBO get a cut of Netflix. You know, make a deal with them. Like kind of like what iTunes is, you know, the Apple Store or iTunes is with musicians. They get a cut. It's not a big cut, but they get a fucking cut, you know. And do the same. Instead of having HBO Max, or Max as it's called now, make a fucking deal with Netflix that you share the revenue 50-50 or something like that. To just have everything at Netflix. So Netflix becomes Steam, basically. You know, where Netflix takes like 30% or something like that. That could be a business model that could ruin the streaming services we have nowadays. If someone makes a streaming service like Steam, where they may make content, but they are there to basically host other people's content, like Steam is, and then it takes 30%. The rest goes to HBO and Disney and all of those fucking other companies. But they provide the infrastructure, the customer support, all of that fucking shit. And then you just pay either a one-time fee, or you can build your own building blocks. Or you know, you buy, like, let's say HBO for like $2, and you buy Disney for $2 and stuff. You know, you build up what you want, but it's all in one place. If someone did that and could get the companies to agree on it, that's the issue here, to get HBO to agree on it and stuff like that. But if someone, like, it needs to be a company like Microsoft or Apple that needs to do that. You know, a big, massive company that could give them a good amount of money up front to make them invest into this model. And then, you know, they have a publisher ID on their platform, like on the Steam, and then they can push their shows to that platform. And the platform host takes 30% or 15 or 20, whatever the fuck it is. The rest of the networks is providing. They could make so much fucking money. Like, they would be printing money out of their ass. Like, if they think they will make money right now, that will single-handedly kill the need for privacy overnight. Overnight, no privacy needed anymore. Because you have everything in one place, it's affordable, or you can build your own, you know, with really cheaply, you can build your own streaming package and stuff like that. HBO and all of those fucking, they don't need to have their own infrastructure, and most of it sucks anyway, and blah, 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 blah. That's the host providing the infrastructure for them. So they are saving a shit ton of money on, you know, upkeep, infrastructure, websites running, and all that fucking shit. The host is providing that. Like, having a Steam for streaming services, it would be so fucking amazing. I think Amazon is a little bit like that. Like, if I'm not mistaken, you can sub to, at least in the States, if you have an Amazon Prime account, Prime Video account, you can then also sub to Paramount and all of those kind of services, and then get a really good discount. It just needs to be even cheaper. You know, it just needs to be really, really cheaper. You know, because if you bought Amazon Prime Video and you got like the top 10 streaming services plus Amazon Prime for like $120 a month, or even $150 a month, I think most people will pay that to get all of Disney Plus, HBO, Paramount, Netflix, and if they got basically all of the top 5 or 10 streaming platforms. But for about, not $100, I'm stupid. $20, $30 a month. That's what I'm talking about. You know, $20 a month. $30 a month. People will gladly pay that to Amazon Prime if they also got all of the other fucking shit. And I'm only talking about Amazon Prime Video here right now. That will kill any other streaming need for any other streaming platform, and it will kill privacy overnight because everyone can see all of the movies that we want to see and all of the shows we want to see. So yeah, I private sometimes, really, really rarely. But if there's something I want to see and I can't get it in Denmark, in any way, shape, or form, I have to fucking pirate it. I don't have a choice. You know. And it was, oh, don't watch it then. Yeah, well, I kind of want to, and I'm willing to pay to watch it. But I can't. So either you get a VPN and set up a fake fucking American account or something like that on a streaming service, or you just go to one of those really, really amazing websites that stream things that should not be streaming. And then you watch it there, you know. I remember I did that with Orwell in the beginning because you couldn't get it in Denmark. It took so long before it came to Denmark. And there was no other way of getting it. I was trying to look for buying it on DVD and all of those fucking shit. There were two ways. Paying a really expensive VPN or just go on to one of those not so kosher sites and you know, watch the series. And I was willing to pay for it. I would gladly pay to see Orwell when it came out. The, what is it called? The Family Guy guys... sci-fi show. Like, I was fucking scouting the internet to see what I could get. Yeah, I don't know much about Hulu, but if that's what Hulu does, yeah, if it's too expensive, that's the problem, yeah. Yeah, you end up paying more than cable. Yeah, so like I said, it has to be like a maximum subscription of about $30 a month or something like that. And then they can make extra money by having, you know, banner ads on their website or something like that. I don't think people be against having like one or two ads on the site. You know, this is like kinda a little. This is kinda okay. This is actually a Indian site. This is kinda okay. Like you have you know, you have ads over here. I can live with ads like this over here. I can live with this. This is not, you know, too intrusive. It's on the borderline. It's borderline, but I can live with that. Here we have another one. So take this away and just keep this over here. I think most people would be okay with having, you know, a streaming service. They pay $20-30 to having like a few ads here and there on the websites. I don't think they would be against that if you explain to them why they are there and they make sense. But then there's other sites where you're getting fucking bombarded. Like, I understand why people are using ad blockers on some sites, because they are unusable if you don't use ad blocks. Like, it's like, it's not a question of, oh, I'm using ad blocks to save money, or I don't want to serve ads. No, I'm using ad blocks to actually use your fucking site. And there's a lot of tech sites nowadays where if you don't use ad blocks, you can't read anything going on that fucking site. Yeah, it has to be a privacy service and needs to give you all content. Yeah, for like 30, 35, 40 bucks at most, yeah. Yeah, privacy is because it's too expensive for people. Because everyone is willing to pay if they have or if they can. So if they have the money or if they can. The more exclusive something becomes, the more it becomes a victim of privacy. Because people want it, but they can't afford it. You know, that's also why you see a lot of high-end cars being stolen. Like, I'm not saying that high-end cars should be lowered in price, because most of the time, well, they are overpriced, but a lot of, I will not even say a lot of time, but they are overpriced. But you don't see a lot of like really crappy cars that cost no money being stolen. First of all, because they're really cheap, and there's no money in reselling them. Because they're so cheap to begin with. Yes, are they shitty? Kinda. And the same, a lot of kind of okay cars is not the ones being stolen the most either, because again, there's no resale value in them because they're so cheap anyway, and they can still be really good cars. But they seem to not understand that. Again, if Apple wanted to take away Hackintoshes, just allow us to install macOS on any fucking system we want, but just say, you know what? If you're not running Apple products, we cannot guarantee that it will work. We're not going to make drivers for everything. None of that fucking thing. But install on whatever the fuck you want. We're just making sure that Apple or macOS is working on Apple products. But if you want to try and install it freely on whatever it is and make drivers for it and stuff that to get it installed on your own PC, go nuts. We are just not going to officially support it. That will take away the need for Hackintosing and all that fucking shit. And it will probably sell more iPhone, iWatches, and Apple peripherals. And it will probably make them more money because Apple is not making money on macOS. That's why they're giving it away for free. They don't make money on macOS, like directly for sales for macOS. And I will not be surprised if Microsoft is going to do the same. That Microsoft is going to be really, really fucking inexpensive or giving it away for free. Well, they already are giving it away for free. Like, if you have a Windows 10 and your computer can run Windows 11, you don't have to pay for it. So it's already free for people that don't have it. The only time you have to pay for it is if you don't have a Windows version already. But if you already have some form of a Windows version, you can freely upgrade to whatever Windows version you want. It's just that if you have no Windows version whatsoever, you need to pay. But I have Windows 10 and 11 keys around. I got from an install. No, not 11. It was Windows 7. Sorry, a Windows 7 Pro key I got from an old install I have. I don't need to buy Windows. I just go download an ISO, install it, and then I plug in the product key, and Bob's your uncle is activated. So you only need to buy Windows if you have no previous Windows install laying around, aka Windows keys. It's basically what you're paying for is the Windows key, if you think about it. And I would not be surprised if at least the Home Edition is going to be either free or massively cheap to buy in the future. Because the Windows is not making, again, like Apple, they don't make a lot of money on Windows. Like home Windows. They make a lot of money on Windows Server and stuff like that. But they don't make a lot of money on Windows Home and Pro versions. Yeah, go get some coffee, man. I just drink mine. I'm just done with mine. Yeah, Apple makes money on hardware, and I kind of wish that Microsoft would go the same route, with at least for the Home Edition. That, you know what? Just install Home Edition. Here's a freak, and just make it unfucking, like, no key required. And then, if you want Pro, hey, pay us $30 or something like that. You know, Windows for the consumer should not cost more than, at most, $20-$30. But like I said before, most people don't directly pay for Windows anymore. They either get it from in quotes, for free on a computer, or they have, like I said, they have an old Windows 8, 10, whatever key. They can just use that one. Like this whole Linux notion that every time there's a Windows update, it costs you money is a Windows update. A new Windows version, it costs you money. Could not be further from the truth. Like, it was like that in the 2000s, but ever since Windows 7, you just used your Windows key and then you upgraded. You know, or installed Windows and upgraded if you have a Pro key laying around. And here's the thing, man. If you find an old computer with the Windows license sticker behind it and it's a Pro key, take a picture of it. Because you can use that Pro key on almost any Windows versions ever. So if you find a Windows 7 or 8 Pro key on an old laptop, just take a picture of it. Now you have a fucking Windows key. Free of charge. Nobody's going to give a fuck that you did it. Nobody gives a fuck about it. Not even Microsoft gives a fuck about it. So just use that key. If you're at work or somewhere and you're throwing out an old Windows machine, take a picture of the fucking Windows key. Nobody's going to give a fuck about it. Unless it's, of course, it's a license that is migrated in with Active Directory and stuff like that. Then you can't use it, to be honest. But, you know, if it's one of those pre-built computers that comes with a Windows license behind, take a fucking picture of it. You know, it like... And then, you know what? You can use it. Your friends can use it. No issue. No issue whatsoever. I have 3 or 4 installs running in different places out of the same fucking Windows 7 key. Never had an issue. Never. All my VMs that you see, I think all of them, if they are Windows, they are activated with that key. And I reinstall Windows periodically on my VMs. Yeah, they make money on services, office suites, peripherals, Surface Books, you know, they make a lot of money in that area. But they probably make most of their money on their enterprise divisions. So anything having to do with enterprise services, Active Directory. You know, when you have an Active Directory, every new user costs money to have an Active Directory user. It costs money. Depending on how much they want. So if you buy, let's say, a Azure Active Directory account, or you want to add a new employee, do they need all of the Office suites? Do they not? And stuff like that. There's a price tag associated with that. It's not a massive price tag, but it's still there. That's what they make money on. And selling, you know, Office suites and stuff like that to companies and what have you not. And of course, services, hardware, software suites and stuff like that. They like, of course, Windows makes money on the home consumer because it's like the most used operating system. But I will still go out on a limb and say that 90, if not more, % of Microsoft revenue comes from anything else than Windows Home and Pro version. That's probably like 2 or 3% of their, maybe 10 at most, 10% of their revenue. I honestly don't believe that, but at most, 10% of the revenue comes from Windows Home and Windows Pro. You know, and they can also be like that. Yo, if you're Dell, you have to pay us. If you're a home consumer, you don't have to pay us for a license. You know. Yeah, that's what I say. I think they are going to make Windows free. Like, here's another thing. If they were like, okay, you can use Windows for free, but you have to have a Microsoft account. I'm fine. Yeah, cool. I cannot use my phone without a fucking Google account. Anyway, I cannot use anything on the internet almost without having an account. So I don't give a fuck about having a Microsoft account. If I could get Windows Pro for free or Home for free, if I just make a Windows account, yeah, cool. Again, that's why I laugh at the fucking Linux YouTubers that bitch and moan about Microsoft account while they're having like 10,000 fucking Google accounts. And they can't use their not iPads, but their tablets and their mobile phones because you need an account to use those. But as long as it's not Microsoft, who gives a fuck? And let's not sit here and pretend that Google is a better company than Microsoft when it comes to your data. Like, let's remember whose business model Microsoft is copying here. They are copying Google's business model. So if you're angry at the way Microsoft is doing data, hey, you have to be angry at Google because they're just looking at Google and being like, oh, we like what you're doing over there and making a shit ton of money on people's accounts and stuff like that and data. Let's us do the same. But Linux users tend to forget that. They sit there with their YouTube accounts, their Google accounts, their Android phones, their Android tablets, and then they're bitching and moaning about fucking Microsoft taking telemetry and data and forgetting that the reason why Microsoft is doing that is because they saw how Google was successful doing that exact fucking thing. You get what you like? It's like what the hypocrisy is so fucked. Like I can't take them seriously. Like if you start to look into the shit that they are telling you, and you're looking at what they are doing day to day, like what are you bitching about? Is it just because it has the name Microsoft? Is that the only reason why you're angry? Then just say it. Just say, I don't care if anyone is doing it, I just don't like Microsoft. I could way more accept that statement. Even though it's massively flawed and it's massively hypocritical and it tells a lot about the human. But hey, just say, you know what? I know everyone else is doing the same shit. I know everyone is worse than or most people are worse than Microsoft with it. I just don't like Microsoft doing it. I could accept that. Because now I know you have an agenda towards Microsoft. But sitting and talking about privacy and data protection and stuff like that from your fucking iPhone and your iPad and your Google accounts and your streaming accounts and all that fucking shit, like, yeah, dude, that's cute. That's cute. That's cute. One company cannot do it, but everyone else can. And someone said in my comments, like, so what you're saying is that it's okay for Microsoft to do it because everyone else is doing it. No. What I am saying is that if you are angry at Microsoft for taking data and telemetry, you should also be angry at everyone else taking data and telemetry. But you don't see them making videos about Mozilla taking data and telemetry. You don't rarely see them make videos about Google, Hulu, Netflix, their fucking mall's website, any website on the internet. You don't rarely see them at all talk about that, but they talk a lot about Microsoft. It's telling you something. If someone is only angry that one person is fat, while their spouse is fat, their kids are fat, everyone they work with is fat, everyone they're talking to is fat, but they're only angry at Bob over there in the corner or Amy over there in the corner because those two are fat. They're not angry at them for being fat. They're just angry at them because they don't like those two people. And most Linux users are angry at Microsoft. They're not angry at what Microsoft is doing with telemetry and data collection. It's just an excuse they use to be angry at Microsoft. But in reality, they're just angry at Microsoft because of what they think Microsoft is and what they think Microsoft stands for, because they heard a story 25 years ago. Or something happened with Microsoft 25 years ago. Or 20 years ago. You know what? Any company have done fucking crazy shit over their lifetime. Red Hat has done a lot of fucking batshit crazy shit that you should be really angry about. Canonical also. SUSE also. There's no company that is free of not have done, things that should make you angry. But they just don't like Microsoft because Windows is the most used operating system, and Linux, people want Linux to be that. So it comes down to jealousy, basically. Yeah. No. If you look at the way they talk about Microsoft, they talk about Microsoft like the girlfriend they wish they could have, or the guy they wish they could be, or the girl they wish they could be. They want Linux to be Microsoft or Windows. So they're criticizing Windows for a lot of fucking crazy reasons a lot of times. And not criticizing others for doing the same shit. And that should tell you that they are not angry at they're not really angry at the telemetry and the data collection so much. They are more angry at what Windows stands for in the computer market and what Microsoft stands for in the computer market. The innovator, the big dog, the most used this, the one everyone likes to use or use and stuff like that. And they want Linux to be that. So instead of actually working on getting Linux to be that, they are yelling and screaming at the top. I said it a lot. It's like, if only the number one guy in this 100-meter dash would break his leg, then I would be number one. Let's criticize him. Let's call him a bad fucking athlete. Let's do everything to make everyone hate him so he stops running. Then I will be number one. That's the mentality of the Linux community. instead of working on Linux, instead of making Linux better, they are projecting and putting way too much effort into trying to control something they can't control, called Microsoft and Windows. Again, they don't care about, the fat person thing. They don't care about anyone else being fat other than Amy and Bob, because they really don't like Amy and Bob. Because they probably have more money than they have or something like that. Have a bigger car, bigger house, or whatever the fuck it is. So they're just using them being fat as an excuse. Most people, most Linux YouTubers, most Linux users, they just hate Windows and Microsoft for what they stand for. Because it goes against what they want in life. And again, it boils down a lot to jealousy, if you ask me. Why is Linux not that? If only, like, how often do we hear that? If only Microsoft have not done this, or if only Microsoft did not do that, and if only the users of Microsoft, if only, Adobe, and if only X, Y, and Z, that's putting the blame all to someone else. That's being like, oh, if only the number one guy would stop hiring more expensive trainers, if only number one runner would break his leg, if only the big companies would stop sponsoring the number one runner, I will be number one. You have no control over that. But what you do have control over is Linux. So for all of the bitching that DistroTube does, I would respect him so fucking much if he would shut his fucking mouth and then start to actively work on Linux. Doing really well marketing for Linux. Don't lie to people, but do really well marketing for Linux. Stop bitching and moaning about other operating system stuff but highlight some good traits about Linux. Stop being political and all that fucking shit. Make a really good marketing case for Linux. I respect him for that. Or if he would be like, I am going to attach me to, let's say, Ubuntu, whatever distribution it is, and be a spokesperson for that distribution. Trying to be involved in that distribution's making and stuff like that. I respect him a shit ton for that. But here's the thing, almost no Linux YouTubers doing any of that. They're sitting in their chair and bitching and moaning about Microsoft, other Linux distributions. What have they contributed? Nothing. They may give a little bit of code back, they may review a distribution, and that's it. And then they are lying to other, that's the biggest fucking problem I have. That the lies that they're telling other people about Linux. They plain out lies. Then, yeah, that's hating Microsoft for what it stands for. Hey, Becky. If they feel Linux would be number one if Microsoft wasn't around, that's hating Microsoft for being what Microsoft is. That's jealousy. Jealousy is hate. Envy. And then they are making, they are taking valid things to criticize Windows about and using them as examples, but not using the same valid criticism to anything else. Like, they think about this. This is probably the best fucking case how batshit crazy the Linux community is. We can all agree that Android is probably the most intrusive fucking system to be made. Like, I can just say the magic word with Google, with a hates and then Googling for, combine. And I can talk to, my phone's probably listening to me all the fucking time. I have Google Nest listening to me all the fucking time. Every time I use an Android device, it's taking telemetry and data up and down my fucking asshole. All the time. Way more intrusive on your private life than Windows ever has been. But because it's running a version of Linux or a fork of Linux or some open source software, how many Linux YouTube have you seen bitching and moaning about that aspect of Android? No one. Why? Because they regard Android as Linux. That's the biggest argument towards them being massive hypocrites and being batshit crazy and having an agenda towards Microsoft for no fucking reason other than it's Microsoft. and they want to be where Microsoft is. Because there are no doubt about it. Your phone knows more about you than any other system that you are running right now. Your tablet probably knows more about you than any other operating system running right now. Just look at your phone. How many personal details do you have attached to your phone? Do you have a driver license? Do you have your social security card number, whatever, attached to it? Do you have bank accounts attached to it? Do you have credit cards attached to it? Do you have, personal social security numbers, personal information attached to it, like addresses, your family's addresses, and their phone numbers, and all of that fucking shit? Do you do banking via your Android device? All of things that you don't do with Windows. And all of things that is like, way more intrusive to your private life than anything going on with Windows. But hey, because Google, which is one of the worst companies ever, is taking and forking Linux, it's okay because it has some open source code in there. And it reminds us of Linux, or it has some roots in Linux, or depending on who you talk to, it's either is Linux or a fork. And I don't want to go into that debate right now, but you get what I'm coming at here. So that's okay. DestroTube should be as angry at YouTube and Google and Android as he is at Microsoft. If not even more. If not even... What about web browsers? Do you have autofill on your web browser? Do you have credit card information autofill on your web browser? Why is nobody talking about that? That's, again, more intrusive than what Windows is doing. It's because it's okay if we do it and others do it. It's not okay if Microsoft do it. Again, they are angry at Amy and Bob because they are fat. No, they're angry at Amy and Bob because of really petty reasons. Like, I just don't get it. The more you look into it, the more you research it, the more you listen to them talk and see the systems that they are using. Like, talking about privacy, okay? Concerns. Having a YouTube account with an AdSense that makes you money, then transfer money to your bank account. And then you're bitching about Windows knowing what pictures you're looking at. Well, do you know what YouTube is doing with all of that fucking or have on you of information? And then you're bitching about Windows knowing how long your system has been running. I just can't take it seriously. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't. It's like someone yelling at Becky for sniffing a line of coke off fucking Lamer's ass to then go over and shoot themselves up with heroin. That's the same fucking thing. Please don't sniff coke off Lamer's ass. I hear it's quite hairy and he hasn't shaved in a long time. But I hope my rant makes sense. It's just crazy, dude. It is. It's But I understand to some degree why people get blinded by it. Because you may be fed up with Microsoft or Windows. Windows is acting up, or Microsoft is making bad fucking decisions and all of that shit. And then you're looking at alternatives. You can't afford a Macintosh, like Lamer. They have more money than God, apparently. Because of Lamar Cosmetic, that Becky and Lamer is the bosses and bosses of. So you're looking at what is the other alternatives. Well, Linux is, you heard the word Linux and you look into it and they're saying the same as you think, Microsoft is making bad decisions, it's expensive, or I need an account, and they're taking telemetry, or it's unstable or unsecure. So it's reinforcing a lot of things that you're already thinking. And then it's easy to get blinded by that. You found someone that thinks like you. You found someone that have the same ideas like you have. And then you get dragged into it, and you don't see the hypocrisy, if that's the right word I can't speak right now, or the double-sided aspect of it, because you are focusing on Microsoft, they are focusing on Microsoft, and then you forget about everything else because you're so focused on Microsoft. That becomes your sole purpose or your sole focus. You know, you can't see the forest for trees, or what the fuck the saying is, you know. And I got trapped in it for fucking over a decade. You know, I was like that for over a decade. I understand 1000% how you are new, excited, you found something different, you found new people, you think you found a better place, a better system, a better universe to be a computer user in. And that is really intoxicating. It's really alluring. It's really hard to not be excited about and not fall into the trap. And then you don't see what is right in front of you because of all of those positive things. That they are no better than Linux is no fucking better than Windows. It really is not. And running Linux, like I have fucking, you know, the second I sign in here and use all of these things, I'm just as vulnerable as I am under fucking Windows. If not even more to some degree. You know. I may be like 1% more whatever secure, or 1% more less data collected, or blah 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 blah. You know. But in the end, it's not measurable enough. Again, it's like yelling at Becky for sniffing coke off Lamer's ass and then shooting yourself up with fucking heroin. You know, it's the exact same fucking shit. But because those other users that you're talking to, that's also shooting their fucking penises up with heroin, is so nice to you, and they're saying that a lot of the same shit that you like to hear, and that, you know, you agree with them most of the time, not all of the time. So you tend to forget that, yeah, at least we're not sniffing coke. You know, like, we're not like those people. We're not like them over there. We're not sniffing coke while sitting there and coking up fucking heroin bats after heroin bats, eating, you know, taking speedballs after speedballs with fucking heroin in them. At least it's not coke, you know. So, yeah, those fucking coke users, they're fucking bad, but we're just here with our heroin, you know. I hope it makes sense. You're not more vulnerable on any system. Like, if you're talking, yeah, you're more vulnerable to get viruses if you don't know what you're doing. Yes, because it has a bigger attack vector. Of course, yeah. But then again, Linux users love to sit here and brag about how smart computer users they are. So, if they are smart computer users, they should be able to run Windows without getting hacked, without getting viruses and stuff like that, because if they are not smart computer users, those are the ones that are getting hacked, that are getting viruses, and so on and so on. So a lot of time when I hear a Linux user bitch and moan about how bad Windows is, what I hear is that I may be good at Linux, but I have no fucking idea what's going on with Windows. I don't know how to run Windows. That's what I hear. Because if you know how to run Windows, you know how to protect yourself. So it's not a Windows problem, it's a end user problem. It's like, I've seen people doing all kind of fucking magic in the terminal on Linux, and then they sit in front of a Windows computer and they can barely figure out how to fucking update it. That's not a Windows problem. That's a you not willing to learn the operating system. And then you sit here and bitch and moan about that, oh, Linux is not hard, you should be willing to learn new systems, and you should be, you know, willing to sacrifice a little time to get the most out of your system. Yeah, that goes for Windows also. You know. He just came back, heard something about sniffing, shooting something off my... No, Becky is sniffing coke off your ass after a good fisting session. And then the rest of us just fucking fucked up on heroin. Because we're not as fucking sexy as you are. Yeah, you're tone as fuck. Yeah, you're right, Lena. I'm referring to almost any Linux content creator and almost any Linux user done. I'm not just referring to one person here. I'm referring to the community of Linux users and the Linux community. Someone asked me in a comment section why I was so angry about Linux or towards Linux. I'm like, I'm not angry towards Linux. I love Linux. I am angry towards the community and what they are doing to Linux. They are ruining Linux for everyone that is not willing to buy into the cult, that are not willing to be a drone, a parrot that is just mimicking all of the same bullet points as the great leader is telling them to do. And it's pushing people away. It's giving them either too high expectations or wrong expectations about Linux. And then they use it, they get disappointed, and are never going to use it again. And people, they always think I don't like Linux. Well, I'm angry at the community because I love Linux so much. I'm angry at what the community is doing to Linux and new users. To a degree that I can't... I'm doing my best to not talk Linux content on my videos anymore because I don't... You cannot talk reasons with those people. Oh, no, Don, they are way... Like, DistroTube is another hypocrite. Hey, Marcus. You know, almost any Linux YouTuber you see is massively hypocritical. And being anti-Windows. It's really hard to find. There are a few of them. You know, Learn Linux TV, DJ Ware, and all of the, you know, all of the normal great Linux channels that we talk about that's out there. But there's not many of them. You know, they are like a handful in the sea of thousands. And I hate what that is doing to Linux. Because they are ruining Linux for new people, for people that have been there for years and decades, and even for themselves. Because companies is not going to deal with that fucking toxicity. And and I'm sorry to say it, but it all boils down to the fucking Free Software Foundation. It really does. Richard Stallman is the root of all of this fucking shit. Because the toxic people and the political people and all of that shit, who is their hero? Richard Stallman. The Free Software Foundation. Richard Stallman is an extremist. A crazy extremist. Just like DistroTube and a lot of other Linux channels. Had they not been extreme about Linux, they could probably have found some religious group that is extreme and attach themselves to that, because that it's apparently the type of persons that they attract. They like that kind of lifestyle or that fanatic belief in something. So luckily enough, they are attaching themselves to Linux and not, you know, ruining the world. You know. Yeah, DistroTube is, yeah, he's playing, he's a motherfucker. I think he does, but I don't think DistroTube will publicly say that he's blaming his mother. At least he has a little bit of social skills, you know? Like, at least he understands that it's probably not a good idea to go onto the internet and then bitch about your mom, even though I do it. But my mom was a bitch. Yeah, DistroTube, yeah. But yeah, most people will not be looking kind on someone bitching about their mom. And I think DistroTube is aware enough to know that. But hey, he is thinking it. If his mom, I hope she's alive, is using Windows, he probably despises her a little bit for doing that. He's just not telling it to us. Yeah, Linus Linux. Yeah, I like Linus' versions of Linux. Or his viewpoint on Linux. What he wanted Linux to be. I'm in the Linus camp. Don't agree with him 1000% all the time, of course, but I'd rather have his version of Linux than the Richard Stallman version of Linux. The sad reality is that with the brainwashing of the Free Software Foundation and all that fucking shit, we are more getting the FSF version of Linux than the Linus version of Linux. Wait, what? Did you see where Nano broke Matt the Linux cast the other day? Oh my god, tell me more. I like me some Linux drama. Tell me more. What is that song? Tell me. Is that from Grease? Tell me more. Tell me more. That song. Oh my god, I'm dating myself right now. What is this? How to streamline your quick settings menu. The Linux cast guy, fuck. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Becky. If I knew that Lamo would kill me, I would hug you right now. But I'm afraid that Lamo will just cut off my testicles and eat them. Because he is a Linux god. What happened? What happened? Low spec. Give me the deets, man. Come on, give us the juice. I don't think we want to sit and watch the whole live stream with those idiots, though. It seems Google Chrome is getting a minor makeover later this year. I kind of like this here where they are matching the theme of the wallpaper, you know. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, I don't agree with most CEOs. All the like. The same with, I like Steve Jobs for what he did, but I don't like him as a person, and there's a lot of things I think he did wrong, and start the same with Tim Cook and the Windows guy and Bill Gates and all, like anyone else. But I think Linus is probably better for the Linux community than Richard Stallman, because Linus want the tech to be good. Richard Stallman just want political, political agendas. Nano was too hard to use. So Matt, apparently that is my twin brother, as someone is calling him, find Nano too hard to use while being a massive Linux guru or nerd. Let's not make appearance jokes, Anton. You can actually get banned on YouTube. I don't know if you can, but I can. If I make fun of another content creator's appearance, that's called content creator on creator harassment, and they can get me kicked. I don't know if you can do it though, but I'm just warning you. I cannot criticize other people's appearance. There are people gotten videos taken down for that fucking reason. Just talking about someone's hairline, or lazy brow, or unibrow, and stuff like that. And wait, they've got videos taken down for criticizing other content creators or making fun of them in that nature. I don't know how it is with viewers though, but I'm just, I will probably not do it to be safe, making fun of people's appearance. Yeah, the editor Nano, Marcus. Yeah. 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 Buy your mom an iPhone and get rid of the green bubble. Yeah. There's always drama, and here's we also have to remember this. People that are in those high CEO positions, they tend not to be the nicest people in the world, because they got there because they are not afraid of having an opinion and stand by it and stepping on others to get their will, or using others to get their will, because that's how you get to those high places. You know, you don't get to be a CEO for big companies like that if you are like someone everyone wants to hang out with around the water cooler. You know, you need to be a little bit of a fucking dick. And don't care much about who the fuck you're stepping on, or whose ideas you're taking, or what you're saying. And have strong opinions and stand by them. You know. Well, Becky, you have Lamer to hog you all day. You have already tied him up and looped him up and all of that. Lamer is your... Like, look, Lamer is the free ticket of hogs. He's like a hog dispenser. You just look at him, kick him in the balls, and tell him that he's your little bottom bitch, and then you can hog him forever. Probably just be aware of his boner, but yeah, you can hog him forever. I understand why they get an iPhone, but some people can't afford... Yeah, but again, it's what those see... It's the mentality of those people. You know, that's why they are there. Oh, thanks, Cody. Mr. God. Now we should see the most amazing and beautiful fucking person to ever live, Laura, come up as the boss battle. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, and also thanks for the members for 5 months. Is the chat... the chat is working, right? Yeah, it is. Or it probably come up in a bit. It's always... Oh, there you go. You got a sound. Yeah, you... How dare you take powers away from Laura? Lamer, you should be ashamed. Becky, spank him. Spank him. He's going after our sweet Laura. We cannot have that. He must be punished. Yeah, I don't know how that works, Lamer, to be honest. Yeah, bad Lamer. I wish Laura would upload some more. I think she's a cool fucking person, man. I just have a feeling that she thinks she's not worthy, but or cannot do it. But yeah, I wish she had more confidence in it, to be honest. Yeah, you need to be punished. Yeah, yeah. Oh, maybe we should boot up Ubuntu in a while here. Oh, look, Lamer. Parallels desktop updates add support. Or update adds support for Ubuntu 23.04 VMs. Oh, yeah, the old account. That's right. That's right. Yeah. What is the price of a Mac Mini nowadays in Denmark? That's the M1. I wouldn't mind having an M1. That's the M2. Yeah, but this month I can finish my computer upgrade. Like, I'm not joking here. When I've done my computer upgrade, I may save up for a Mac Mini. I should probably have done that to begin with, to be honest. A new M3, where do you see that? Oh wait, the new M3. Okay, you say that a new M3 is coming out. Yeah, that's right. I hear it should be massively faster. Yeah. Yeah, but I kind of am like I'm thinking about opening up making a new account in my bank and then use it as like a saving up for a Mac somewhere, and then just throw money in. Maybe throw all of my YouTube ad revenue in there, And, you know, well, in Denmark, it asks you for a student ID, Lamer. Last time I looked at it, it asked for a student ID in the educational program, or at least I think so. The Nano Company goal starts at 16 minutes in the last live. I have to boot into Ubuntu because this VM here or OpenSUSE have issues with playback apparently in this VM. But we can boot into Ubuntu and we can have a look at it. Just give me a second. Yeah, so Don, Apple used to upgrade technologies every year. So a new version always comes out every year. And let's be honest, like the M1 is still way more computer than I need. Like the Apple M1 is still way more computer than from Apple than I need. If I get like an M1 500 gigabyte of, or not 500 gigabyte, well 500 gigabyte hard disk would not be bad, and getting a 16 or 8 gig of 16 gig of RAM, that would be like yeah. Of course, if I could get an M1, M2 Pro, that would be perfect. Where the fuck is my browser? Hey, turtle. Yeah, why not? Okay, I don't know what that is. Yeah, got it. Yeah, there are different rules here in Denmark, or they're doing like the same here in Denmark. They don't have a refurbished program in Denmark. Sad enough. No, I'm booting into Ubuntu because it runs better with video playback in VMs. Yeah, I think an M2 would be like that would be perfect for me. So which one are we watching, low spec? What are we watching? Is it a live stream? Mac has always been really good. Like, look at the documentation of how they're using RAM and stuff like that. Lamer? Becky needs to not spank you for 5 minutes. You get a break. Maybe I should make my channel into a channel talking about Mac OS and Apple products without having any Mac products and Apple products. And then say that if only this, and then just, you know, just bathe in fucking ad revenue. So I can buy, you know, an Apple product. So make a video series that this video series is for me to get. I want to be able to get an Apple product from YouTube, and then talk about anything I can do with Apple and stuff like that, and that could be actually really funny. That could be really, really funny. You know. But I still need to make a video. I think I've recorded this weekend about the Linux cult leader for my laughing at channel or laugh at channel. Make some video pretending to be a crazy Linux guru, or sorry, not Linux guru, Linux cult leader. Maybe I should wait and buy some cult clothes, some ropes and stuff like that, and have that on. That could be really funny. Gaming it done. You can kind of game on the Mac Minis, but it's not the same as on the PC. Not yet, anyway. Look at it like a low tier. Like, look at it like a PlayStation 3 or an Xbox 360. You know, that's kind of where I will put it. But hey, low spec. Which one is it? Did you say that? In their last live, 16 minutes on their last live. Well, I don't even think you need to wait a couple of years. Who is Josh? Who is Steve? Oh, hello, boobies. Yeah, 32-bit finally dies. Is that the one? So this is not the one or what? I'm confused now. Oh my god, the lead guy is in there. Oh my god, he looks angry. They don't have one call. Holy Trinity, yeah. Okay, so it is... just give me a second, I need to pause the good old music here. Music 16 minutes.
Okay, we're live. For some reason, when I sign into Vivaldi using the Vivaldi account, it automatically starts not remembering the workspaces. Like it just cramps everything into one, and it's horrendous.
This guy here is the lead. Is this lead guy? He's a fucking idiot. This guy here. He's such a fucking douchebag. Like, he's the one that came in here and played all fucking know-it-all and whatnot.
Horrendous bug.
I close tabs.
Lame.
Talk to them. Don't worry. I know the people over there.
Well, I filed a bug report, but I don't think it'll ever get fixed because I've seen several people have the same problem. So I don't know.
Talk to them. I'm your liaison. I'm your liaison.
I'm using Vivaldi right now in my VM, but I haven't signed in so that I can't.
And Analytic Mind, again, one of those YouTube channels that just is not really analytical. But we are at 1626 right now,
The
so...
bug doesn't affect me. But if you don't sign in, of course, you can't sync anything, of course. But it doesn't really matter. All right, anyways. For me personally, I have been... So... I decided that I was missing a challenge. So I decided to challenge myself to abandon Vim, or in my case, NeoVim, and start using Nano. And I was at least smart enough to say a month and not 6 months. I'm so glad that I didn't say 6 months. That would have been a nightmare. So I've been using it now for, I think, 5 days. I think that today's like day 5, something like that. And wow, is Nano shit. It is so bad.
Really?
The default key bindings are garbage, like hot garbage. So I've changed all those. I've spent days making it so that it's actually works out well. But the thing is, and clicking on links I just found out today is apparently impossible for me. I don't know why. It just will not let me click on links. And I know Control Click is supposed to do it, but it just says something about tags not being available or whatever. So that didn't work. But the thing I'm missing most is visual mode. Like, I didn't even realize that I used visual mode in Vim so often, but apparently I did. And now every time I want to select multiple lines inside of Nano, like, apparently you can't do that without your mouse. You know, like, what is this? Do I live in a cave? Why am I using a mouse? It's ridiculous.
Because you're a human, you use a mouse.
No, I'm a Vim user. I don't use a mouse. In fact, I've completely disabled my mouse inside of my Vim config. So, also,
what a beautiful, strong human. Like, if only we was as beautiful and strong and brave like he is. And all of those are. Like they are the pinnacle of human evolution, apparently.
I haven't used the arrow keys this much in probably 6 years. Um, I got to do. One of my keyboards doesn't even have arrow keys, and and so every time I have to use go down a level, now I have to switch to a function key in order to do it. It's just dumb. So yeah, I'm having.
Okay, so he's blaming Nano for sucking because he has a keyboard that are missing keys because he probably bought one of those like 40% or 60% keyboard. That's a you issue and not a Nano issue. Nano was not built for people with keyboards like you were using. Fucking hell. This dude is fucking crazy, man. Like, I'm not even surprised. Honestly, I'm not surprised. Like, before, this would make me, like, really, like, what the fuck is going on here? And go mental over it. Low spec is even, Nano is great for quick, simple edits. I see what you're doing there. And I'm like, I'm not even surprised. He's the guy that will find VLC difficult to use. Especially if it's on Windows. Yeah, he uses mind powers.
Growing pains when it comes to Nano.
You mentioned it has a configuration file.
It does have a configuration file. It has a default.
Does it do?
Oh, it has tons of options, dude. There's a ton of options you can do. You can remap all of the key bindings that you want to, which I've done. You can remove that stupid fucking title bar at the top, which is just, I mean, why do you need a title?
How do you remember what file you're working in?
It doesn't. No. The default title bar in Nano does not tell you what file you're working. All it says is Nano.
Tell you that.
No, listen to me. All by default, that title bar at the top, all it does is tell you that it's Nano with the version number. That's all it does.
Really? I don't actually really know that. I haven't really paid attention to it. Well, it says new buffer. Let's try and look at this. Oh. It says right here the file you're working on. For fuck's sake, come on. I hate to agree with Josh. I hate to agree with Josh because he's a fucking douchebag. But yeah, I have not done anything to Nano here. Anything. Any fucking thing. Nothing. And this is how it's been for all of the installs that I have Linux on. I don't know what version of Nano he's using and how he's using it, but yeah. But look here, it's all of the fucking crazy people of YouTube with Linux that's in here. Most of these people I've either made a reaction video on or banned from my channel for being toxic. like when I see a comment section filled with people where I'm like, yep, douchebag, know it all, don't know anything, think they do, banned, reaction video made. I'm a little bit like, is this just like a fucking, you know, bunch of batshit crazy Linux users sniffing their own farts and Elmer's clue, going into a chat bitching about Nano while not understanding what Nano is? Well, Josh seems to understand Nano. Good for you, Joshy boy. You know a little bit more about what the fuck is going on than these two people here do, apparently. Holy shit. God damn. Oh god. Oh, it's the same on Mac. Yeah, what the fuck? You only have Nano, if I'm not wrong. I don't know, Marcus. I don't know. Oh, Neoporn, I am so fucking on with you on that one. Yeah, it's the Thrive. I don't know this Steve guy. I think Steve seems to be kind of okay. These two here, this guy here I had so much problem with on my channel. And this guy here also. Yeah, it's like, but if I look up like Analytic Mind, like one of the worst fucking analytical videos ever made on YouTube is done by this guy. Like he's playing out lying, and if I'm not mistaken, he was the one doing some comparison between distributions, and everyone in his comment section was saying he was doing it wrong. This I've dealt with. Low spec, I'm dealing with you all the fucking time. Low spec, like you're the only one I know that's normal in there. It's like low spec, but again, like I said, it's like, yeah, ban issues, toxic, ban issue, toxic, make reaction videos about. It's like, yeah, it's all the mouth rulers in one place, basically, most of them. How coldly the Lamer will hit these guys. No, what Lamer would be doing is that he will give them some Lamar cosmetic to help them, spice up their appearance a little bit. And then with that Lamar cosmetics, there will be a compound bind that will make them more sustainable to Lamer spittings and preaching. So the more of Lamar cosmetic that they are using, Lamer will get more and more control over them. Think a little bit about Poison Ivy and her poisons, mind control poisons and stuff like that. Lamer's just putting that into Lamar Cosmetics and then sending samples to these guys here and these guys over here. Yeah, Linux users like it hard. Wink, 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 wink. Yeah. Linux will be easier is hard and hard is easy. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Is that the dude tried emac for a month and emac is much. Yeah, fuck. No, so here's the thing. And I'm going to sound like a back in my day kind of guy, But running Linux from 2010 and up till now is as easy as running any fucking Windows. And when I mean easy, it's easy to install, it's easy to operate, it's easy to configure. It's just the capabilities that's not there, the hardware support, the software support, the peripheral support. That's the issue. Installing and running Linux have not been an issue for over fucking 10 years. It's all of the rest about Linux that's the issue. So, massive, intelligent people, like I know this dude down here has been using Linux for a long time. I don't know about this guy, not so much. I don't know about Steve. But even him here, I think he started when Linux was kind of easy to use. I would love to see them running Slackware from 2000 for a month. Just running Slackware from 2000 for a month. Or modern Slackware and then don't use the package manager. They would have no fucking idea what was going on. Running Linux before they had auto detection of USB devices. That you have to go in and do FS tab and all of that, or M tab and all of that fucking shit just to get your fucking hard drives to work somewhat. You started in 2012. Yeah, you started in a good time, man. You younglings don't know how good you have it nowadays. You Linux younglings. Like the amount of bitching that this dude is doing over so fucking easy and simple things in Linux, I cannot understand how anyone can take him seriously. I really can't. I would somewhat agree with him if this was a Vim rant. If he was bitching about Vim. I could be like, yep, I can kind of see that. I can understand that. But Nano, that was made by GNU to be easier and more convenient than Emac and Vim. Did the GNU make Vim? I'm getting confused now. I can't remember. But goddamn, man. Like, come on. 2012. Slackware is great, man. Who's Jeff? Yeah, so Ubuntu is always a good distribution. I do like the XFCE versions of Ubuntu. They always been really good. The same with Kubuntu. Kubuntu and Ubuntu has always been really good distributions. I always loved them a lot. Lubuntu, I used it for a little while, but yeah. Is it going on or?
Oh, it does. The file
Oh,
name
low
is at
spec.
the
Okay,
bottom.
Caesar. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was at the top.
No, it's at the bottom. So you can get rid of the title bar, which is a waste of space. Also, you can add line numbers by default, set how it's supposed to wrap instead of having the one line that just goes off into infinity, but which is apparently the default. Whoever thinks that's a good default is fucking retarded. Sorry, shouldn't say that.
You can't use the R word. Up, especially when you're one of those. Like, I love when an R word is calling another one an R word. That's like, look at yourself here. You're bitching about the most easiest to use file editor in Linux universes. Ooh. Yep, I'm Jeff. Yeah, that should be your new name. I'm Jeff. Fitness video. Yeah, that dude, Kenny, he's going to break something in like a couple of months. That's typical American CrossFit for you there. Forget about form. Forget about injury prevention. Let's just look batshit crazy while we are trying to do something that we think is healthy. Or, well, there's a reason why CrossFitters have the highest rates of sports injuries. Immutable distributions, they're really, really good for non-desktop users. Yeah, I don't see any reason to run an immutable system on your desktop. At least not now, anyway. Yeah, R-word unite, yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely an R-word.
They're really dumb. Anyways, I just have some serious issues with Nano. Maybe it's just like maybe a week from now I'll have been used to it, but honestly, I dread opening up a terminal and writing right now. Like I've seriously considered just going back to LibreOffice to do all my writing.
Oh my god!
It's fine because at this point you're now getting used to the Nano workflow, which means that we're not too much.
We are laughing at the Linux cast, thinking Nano. Listen to me. Nano is hard. This brilliant, magnificent, sexy, brave person, like highest intelligence of any human to ever exist, finds Nano hard. Yeah. Oh, he is terrible. The ideal Sigma male. He's the ideal Sigma male, yeah. I don't think immutable distros will become a thing. I think it's just a buzzword. Most things within Linux, they sadly enough, they come in waves. They get really a lot of attention and really a lot of effort put into them, and then something new comes, or they go back to the olden ways because this seems to be working better anyway, and then there goes like a decade, and then they try to do it again, or something like that, or half a decade, and they try to do it again. Immutable. We also have to remember most technologies that are being invented in Linux is not for desktops; it's for servers and enterprises. An immutable system makes a lot of sense there. Oh, I would not be able to talk to this guy, Kenny. Or Chris Tides Tech. I would not be able to talk to them. It would not be I would just be it would be me trying to nitpick everything they say, because everything they say is so fucking stupid or crazy, and they will get fed up with me, and they will probably start to yell and scream at me, because I'll be like, let's unpack that. No, let's go back. I will be doing that all the time. All the time. You know, and that will not be a conductive conversation. Oh no, he's a guy that found Linux, and now he's a Linux expert. He stumbled across Linux, and his penis fell into the penguin butt or mouth, and now he's a Linux guru. Oh yeah, he's a tiny Windows Manager fanatic. Yep. But Nano is harder, yeah. No, Nano is not a dead editor. A lot of people use Nano. Yeah, at least Chris Titus have social awareness, yeah. Yeah, Unix was made for servers, yeah. Does this sound like a you problem? So I'm the problem for calling them out on bullshit. Like I have a really big issue with people that think they are smart but clearly are not smart. You know, they want to be the smartest person in the room. I find that really insulting towards everyone else in the room or in a conversation. And if people are starting to saying bad shit, crazy, stupid shit, I'm like, you know what? You're going to be called out on it. And the issue with people like him is that, well, that means that I'm going to call them out a lot. Because if nobody is calling out people saying stupid shit and crazy shit, they get away with it. It's not about being perfect. It's not about being perfect. It's about being aware of what you're doing. It's about being aware of what you're doing. So you have to understand, when you're making videos like this here, and the way he's talking and looking down on other people, he is an authority. And don't use that R word in here, Kenny, or I will ban you. We cannot talk like that on YouTube. Well, he is a arrogant mofo, yeah. Definitely. Like, if someone is sitting and making a video criticizing their own mom for using Windows, I can't deal with people like that. If you want a voice, let me put it this way, if you want a voice, you have to be aware that people are going to challenge that voice. And if you have a voice and you're saying blatant wrong things, you are blatantly misleading people. You're blatantly judging people without having any reason to judge them. You're blatantly looking down on people without having any reasons to look down on them. I think they should be called out on it. Because if nobody is calling them out on it or challenging them, that becomes the norm. And they are going to do it with everyone. Like, look at the way that his mannerisms are when you're watching some of his other videos. Like he rolls his eyes back a lot and look up. Like, yeah, some people say that Windows is good for gamers. So I'm just using a hypothetical here. Then he rolled his eyes up like someone just told him that, you know, they were the richest person in the room and they were driving around in a fucking shopping mall trolley, you know. Hey, Rosso, it's that kind of things that irritate me. It's that kind of thing that irritates me. Like sitting and bitching about someone using proprietary software like they were, you know, doing the R word to a fucking dog. And having the same mannerism like they were talking about someone doing that to a dog. That tells you more about who they are. This guy here and a lot of other Linux YouTubers, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't. The only thing they care about is let's push a narrative to get Linux into being as popular as possible. Let's criticize anyone else and anything else that's not open source and Linux for the sake of criticizing it and for the sake that it's not open source and Linux. Without putting any thoughts into it, any research into it, looking into anything of it. Just criticizing it for the sake that they are not like us, therefore they are bad. What Christ? What are you talking about? This is not religion. I mean, do you mean Chris? I'm too harsh on them. Trust me. Here's a newsflash for you, Kenny. In the real world, if they were like this in a working environment or on a construction place or anywhere in society, I would be looked at like a fucking saint. Like I would be the saint among the people. I'm scaling it down a lot about how they would be talked to by other people. Maybe in an office setting, they would be called into the manager and they would have like a nice little conversation. But anywhere else in the real world, that's how they would be talked at. And like I said, I'm not that harsh compared to a lot of other people. It has nothing to do with work. It's the setting. It's the group of people. It could also have been at a if he was seeing someone talking about Windows, he would be rolling his eyes and talking down on them and stuff like that in a bar. They would be saying way worse things than I'm saying to him right now. And then he was like, "Oh my God, you are so fucking stupid, and you don't know what computers are if you're using Windows and blah 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 blah." Yeah, but here's the thing. You need to fucking figure... I can't figure out who you're talking about now. Because are you talking about Chris? C-H-R-S? R-I-S? Or Christ? So... So are you talking about Chris Titus Tech or Christ? Because you're putting a T after it all the time. Like, it's a little bit hard to understand what the fuck you're on about. Because you're all over the place. Yeah, lose the T, my friend. It's not with a T. Lose the T in his first name. Oh, he can't fucking work out to save his life. That's a whole other issue. Don't take... Okay, so... You think I'm too hard on Chris Titus Tech? Is that what you're saying? Kenny, you think I'm too harsh on Chris Titus Tech? Just is that what I'm saying? What you're saying? I just want to know where you are. You know. Okay. I'm with you right now. Am I too hard on Chris Titus Tech? Actually, I'm way harder on actually, I'm actually way harder on DistroTube, Luke Smith, and the Linux Cast, because I plain out said that you should not watch those channels to everyone asking me. Chris Titus Tech, I normally say that you should not watch his Linux content, but you can watch his Windows content. So my problem with Chris Titus Tech is not so much his ego. My problem with Chris Titus Tech is his wannabe smart guy thing. I don't see that as an ego, but he's a guy that. So here's the thing. He's the guy that drives one lap on a racetrack and now think he's a Formula 1 driver. And then trying to educate people in how to become a Formula 1 driver. I used to love Chris Titus Tech when he did those, like back in, I don't know if he still have those videos. They were actually really good. Let's see if he has those videos. Give me a second here, people. Apparently you cannot sort by oldest to newest. Also, having an ego and being aware of that you have an ego is not an excuse. And everyone has an ego. Yes, we do. Some just handle it better than others. But going in and say, oh, you know, I'm going to be a dick towards you because I have an ego is no excuse. That's not an excuse. It's like saying, I have a temper, so therefore I'm going to hit you in the balls. So don't be mad at me. That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. Knowing you're having an ego, working on controlling that ego, and actually controlling that ego is what you should strive for. So, I come in about here was when I started to watch Chris Titus Tech 4 years ago. I actually started this channel because of the bullshit he was saying. But I really like these. Where are they? I like this one. I like this one. This one is good. Here, these here I like. These challenges here. Switching to Linux part 1, 30-day challenge. Switching to Linux part 2, 30. Like, I really, really love these videos. Because look at, no, that's not harsh, Kenny. That's reality. That's reality. I'm sorry to break it to you. That's how it is. That's reality. Unless you are living in a safe space where everyone is strong and beautiful and everyone is a winner and stuff like that, that's how the world is going to react to you. That's how the world's going to react to you. Unless you are in one of those safe spaces. And it sounds to me like you were really young. If I can say that. No. I'm not saying that I won't talk with anyone with an ego, because then I can't talk to any people on Earth. I will talk with anyone. Anyone. But if they are saying crazy shit, if they are saying bullshit. So here's the thing, Kenny. When you again, if you want to have a voice and you're putting that voice onto a public forum, you have now opened yourself for criticism. He don't have any requirements to have a defense or someone to defend him. That's not a requirement for someone to criticizing him. What about all of the people that are criticizing me daily? I can't defend myself against them. What should I do then? Sit and cry about it. I put myself out here. Of course, there are people not going to agree with me. If they're criticizing me in my comment section, I can have a voice. But there are people that made videos about me. There are people posting my videos on social medias where I get told about it, and they are highly critical about me. If you put yourself into a public space and you are talking in a public space or in a pseudo-public space or putting your voice out there, you're opening yourself up to criticism, tyranny, judgment, and all of these things. And if you can't handle that, you don't put your voice out in a public space or pseudo-public space. Any problem could be solved by talking to him, but here's the thing. I'm not criticizing Chris Titus Tech, I'm criticizing his content. Yes, he's not as extreme as DistroTube, yeah. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think he's a young guy. I think he has some maturity to be doing. He hasn't have a lot of experience in the world of adulthood, so let's give him a break. No, I have not tried Chris Titus Tech's distro image. But yeah, I really like these switching to Linux videos here. Like, they were really fucking good. And I will explain why I think they are good. So, these switching to Linux videos, he's going into it in a perfect way. He's like, I'm new to this. I know some things. I don't know a lot of things. I don't, some distributions, like, I have no idea about this distribution. So you knew what you were getting. You were getting a somewhat new person to this. And then you were experiencing this new person's experience with that distribution for good and bad. So you know the right expectation watching those videos going into it. Then you go up to, like, videos up here. Like 6 months later or a year later, he's now talking like an expert in Linux. An expert in anything that has to do with Linux. When he is not. So when you're watching his videos, the way he talks and conducts himself comes across like he's a really seasoned, knowledgeable Linux person. And then giving you really bad advice. That's the problem, where had he said, this is my take on it, I'm not 100% sure about this, or I'm still new to Linux, then you know that you're getting someone's opinion. But his videos most of the time is not coming from, this is my opinion, or this is what I understand with my limited knowledge. Most of his videos is that I am the expert. You are here to learn. What I say is gospel. No, that's not defamation. Look up defamation. I'm not attacking his character. I'm attacking his video format. I'm just saying, again, you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm laying out how his videos comes across. I have no idea what you're talking about now again. Only through prayer, yeah. So calling Chris Titus Tech's tools for spyware is not defamation. That's not defamation. You need to look up what defamation means. Should we look it up for you? Are you a massive defamation of character? So defamation of character occurs when someone makes a false statement against you which they publish or state as facts, causing harm to your personal or professional reputation and other damages. such as emotional distress and financial loss. So that's why on YouTube you cannot criticize a content creator on their physical appearance, on their mental state, and stuff like that. But you can criticize their work. So when he was calling Chris Titus Tech's tool spyware, that would be the same as someone criticizing a movie. That's like criticizing a movie to say that it has this movie has a pro-animal agenda or has a pro-Vogue agenda. That's like saying that. That's not ruining his reputation or anything like that. That's a criticism. But you have to remember, it has to be false statements. So if there is spyware in his tool, that's not false then. So if it's then ruining his reputation, well, it's not defamation because it was true. So it has to be false, and it has to ruin your reputation and your income and blah 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 blah. Criticizing his work, all work is up for criticism. Because here's the thing, good old young boy here. If that's defamation towards Chris Titus Tech, any Linux content creator that are criticizing Windows is defamation. So that means that every fucking criticizing videos about most thing with Windows is up for a lawsuit. You don't know if he said that as a joke. You don't know if he said that to be seriously. You don't know if he said that as a mean to hurt him. You are making a lot of assumptions here. And he has not publicized it. He has not publicized it in a video or in a news article and stuff like that. Yeah, it was a joke. It was clearly a joke. I think a lot of people understood it either as a joke or throwaway comment. Like, are you like 10 years old or 12 years old or something like that? Like, you seem to not understand a lot of these things. Like, I'm not I'm not criticizing. I'm just asking, because if that's the case, we can't really have a try making a joke like this with a company. He's not a company. Dude, for fuck's sake. Please just go play with your fucking Barbie dolls or something like that. You have no idea what you're talking about. I think Kane's one of those people that are so far up Chris Titus Tech's ass that if he takes his tongue out, he can lick his nipples. You can't fix stupid with duct tape. No. That's just other things. Flat earther. That's all I'm saying. Flat earther. Yeah, either a troll or a massive CTT fanboy, or he's like a 12-year-old kid that don't understand the social dynamics yet, and just are not mature enough to understand how the world works, which is probably what I'm leaning towards. That it's probably a young troll, but he's probably a young kid. Because the way he talks and stuff like that, it seems a little bit youngish. Yeah, I think you view the world through your own lenses. Kenny, that's the most brilliant thing you have ever said. Newsflash, every person look at the world through their own lens. That's called being an individual. Nobody don't do that. So again, that's a thing you also are doing right now. That's a thing everyone is doing. Do I make myself clear? That's something you learn really early on in life, is that everyone is biased, everyone is looking at the world with their own views. Oh God. I don't have to accept anyone's other views. That's not required of me. It's not required of you. It's not required of anyone to look at accept other people's views. Yeah, I'm sound. So here's the thing, Kenny. I'm really, really easy. And let me explain why. I talk to you like you talk to me. If you're not bullshitting me, I'm not bullshitting you. If you're not trying to play smart with me, I'm not trying to play smart with you. If you're not trying to debate me, I'm not trying to debate you. If you're not making fun of me, I'm not making fun of you. I am reacting the way people are towards me. Always done it since the day I was born. If you were nice to me, I'm nice to you. If Chris Titus Tech came up to me at a convention and it's like, hey, how are you? Are you having a nice day? What are you doing here? I will be acting accordingly. I will be like, hey, I'm fine. I'm here to do blah, 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 blah. Had he been, hey, do you want a cup of tea or coffee and stuff? I'd be like, maybe not, or depending on the mood. But if he was coming up to me like, let me tell you about Linux, and let me tell you about this and that, and playing a smart ass towards me, I am in my right to challenge what he's saying. Right now, you are massively combative. Massively combative. And you want me to acknowledge that Chris Titus Tech is a nice little guy and he's so cuddly and everyone loves him, and no. What I just said was being friendly. That's what normal people do when they are meeting a stranger. If a stranger comes up to you in a convention and asks you, how are you? You say, hey, I'm okay, I'm good. Okay, let me ask you, why should I be friendly with him? TTCs was very good 3 years ago. Who's TTC? Yeah, when I say I'm not being able to be in a room with him, I was being sarcastic. I was over-dramatic it. I was joking around. Of course I can be in a room with him. Like, come on. Are you really that fucking stupid? Oh, sorry to say it, but of course I can be in a room with him. I could just not be in a room and having a debate with him. That's a different, sorry. There's a difference between being in the same room and not talking or just saying, hey, how are you? And being in a room and having a conversation with them, like a debate with them. That's like way different. Yeah, TTY, yeah. So Kenny, that's called sarcasm. That's called sarcasm. That's called sarcasm. It's something that us here in Europe are really known for, at least in the northern part of Europe. That's called sarcasm. That's something that everyone is doing around here. That's the whole point of sarcasm, is that it don't sound like sarcasm. What do you think about the Atlas O? I have no fucking idea what Atlas O is. Oh, yeah, I think I know what this is. It's that watered down version of Windows. So here's the thing. I would be afraid that my system would break. So if is this an official version of Linux? Oh, sorry, fucking Linux. Of Windows. Like, is this an official sanctioned version of Windows? It's a custom build. Okay, so when I talk to people that have problem with Windows, and listen what I'm saying here, most of the time it's because they don't know what they are doing with Windows, or they are using third-party tools / scripts to take away stuff that is built into Windows. Basically breaking Windows. When I say breaking Windows, I don't mean breaking it so it don't run anymore. But they are taking components out of that Windows that is built into Windows and is essential to a lot of things running within Windows. So they get issues with it. So when I see a custom script to remove this, remove that, and stuff like that, I stay away from it. When I see custom ISOs that are taking this away and that away and blah, 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 I'm staying away from it. Because we don't really know what side effects this can have. You get what I'm coming at here? So if it's not something that I can go into Windows and just disable myself in a menu or in a toggle bar and stuff like that, I'm staying away from it. Because I've heard so many people having issues with Windows, and I'm like, what are you running? Oh, I'm running this Windows specific version, or I'm using this script and stuff, and then like, okay, try and install Windows and not using that script, and 9 out of 10 times their problems goes away. 9 out of 10 times their problems goes away. Because a lot of people don't really know what they are doing when it comes to this here. And this is actually illegal to some extent, if I'm not mistaken. Or you can only get it for Windows 10. Like, I will not be against trying it. What are you talking about? Windows unattended. What is that? Like, I'm not that much into the world of custom Windows. Oh shit, it's taking away the user account. Oh, you make your own ISO. Yeah, but again, that Windows unattended anti-tube or whatever your name is, sorry about that. That's not meant for you and I to mess around with it. That's meant for professionals. I will say the word again, professionals, to do their work. It's meant to be a deployment tool for Active Directory and server farms and businesses and so on to have specific updates in there and specific program pre-installed, so you don't have to install Windows and then install all the updates and then install all the programs and stuff. That is just coming in one big version. One big ISO. That's way different from what they're doing here, where they're taking core components out. But if they're taking away the user access control, that's a massive fucking big red flag there, man. Yeah, there's LTC. Yeah, I'm not into all of these. Like I said, I stay away from these kind of things. They are interesting. I like talking about them. I like seeing what people are doing with them. but I will not trust them on my system. I don't know how unsecure they are. I don't know if they removed the thing that broke a security thing. You know, it probably is illegal. Yeah, I don't know, anti-YouTuber. I don't know. And hey, look at my video running Windows 10 on a 1-core, 1GB RAM system. Like, if you have 2 cores and 4 gig of RAM, Windows runs really fucking well, Windows 10. I did a test with the Trinity desktop on the Q4 OS. I managed to crash Linux. Like, I managed to crash Linux. I ran Windows 11 on a 1-core, 1 gig system. It ran really badly, but it did not crash. It did not crash. But yeah, like I said, if you have Windows 10, you can easily run it on a 2-core system with 2 or 4 gig of RAM. You will have a kind of good experience. You don't need all of this deep load and all that fucking shit. You know, you really don't. Oh yeah, Windows XP, yeah, oh my god. Them were the days, man. Them were the days. Yeah, but MSMG, is that not a Windows tool? Yeah, that's a Windows tool, right? Like, there is a difference between running something like this and then going onto GitHub and download a script from someone in their mom's basement that barely know how to fucking run, you know, VLC on the Windows. That's what I'm coming at here. Like, I hope that makes sense. You know, I would trust something like this. Like, I would trust this way more than some random, like, than this here. Or a script, you know. They don't say where they're located. Oh. Yeah, take care, Caesar, man. Have a good weekend. What update to 64 gigabytes? What am I losing something here? Oh, the hard disk. Okay. NT Lite, I don't think I've seen either. Like I said, I don't do much of this, man. Like, I really don't care much about this. Because Windows 10, if you have a computer that's over 10 years, or under 10 years old, Windows 10 default runs really well. I used at work for months a 10-year-old computer and had no issues running Windows 10 on it. It was one of those tiny, Lenovo Tiny, or what the fuck they were called, with like a, I think it was a dual-core, 4-core hyper-threaded system with 4 gigs of RAM. It ran perfectly. Perfectly. No issues. Like, I really didn't notice I was running a 10-year-old system if I was just doing normal tasks. Again, compiling shit and stuff like that could be an issue. If it was big projects and running Python projects on, if they got too big, you could notice a little bit, but not much. No Windows light modding, anti-tuber. Yeah, they are fun to play with, Don, that's right, yeah. Yeah, you're right. A sandy bridge, yeah. I think, and I'm just speculating here, of course, but I think that people have been, especially people in the Linux world that still want to use Windows, have been conditioned to somewhat to think that Windows takes up like, you need like a 12-core system with like 128 gigabytes of RAM and stuff like that. When, like if you look at Windows 10's requirements, here from Microsoft. 1 gigahertz processor or faster or system on a chip. 1 gigabyte for 32-bit, 2 gigabyte for 64-bit, 20 gigabytes for 64-bit. That's the one, like, come on. Like, here's what I always have told people. If you can run Windows 7 and 8, you can run Windows 10. Of course, the more RAM and the more computer processor power, the better experience. Yeah, you're right, anti-tuber, yeah. Any modern environment. So the first video I made about this, like Windows versus Linux on a 1 core 1 gig system, everyone was like, oh, just use a, LXQT or, all of it. I'm like, it don't matter. Because when I start to open up, a web browser here, when I start to do this, it don't matter how lean my desktop is. Because it's hardware limitation that's going to be the problem. Like I said, I crashed the Trinity desktop by having 5 fucking tabs open and starting up LibreOffice. The launcher for LibreOffice. Do we have that in here? The launcher for LibreOffice. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. The one where you select like the hub, the LibreOffice hub. And I crashed the Trinity desktop. Yes, without a browser open and just looking at the file manager and stuff like that, it ran way better than Windows. Way better than Windows. But the second I started to use applications, it was just like running Windows on the same system. And that is what people tend to forget, is that they tend to forget that, well, let's open up Firefox. I think it was actually Firefox that crashed my system. I made a video called Let's Crash Linux, where I opened up, what was it, like 100 or 200 tabs, and I crashed Linux. And then I made a video, Let's Crash Windows, where I did the same shit, and it never crashed. It never crashed. I have been able to crash Linux more time than Windows by massively expanding RAM usage. Just throwing RAM tasks at it. I know it sounds crazy, but I was surprised, to be honest. Firefox sucks on all platforms. Firefox is, again, one of those ad-serving, privacy-taking, data-taking pariahs in the universe. Yeah, Windows scales up RAM usage really a lot. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not joking here. I have been able to crash Linux more by overusing its capabilities of the system than Windows. Where I couldn't use Linux at all. Like the whole UI just froze. I couldn't do anything. Where under Windows, I always have been able to use the UI. Not always, but most of the times. Where under Linux, I can... It's just a matter of how much I'm tasking it out. I can log it up. 32 gig on my computer, but I was doing it in a VM. So I set up 2 VMs with identical processor and identical RAM. So it was like, I think it was like 4 core and 8 gig of RAM or something like that. To get, to give the best representation. Oh yeah, Firefox is fucking bad, man. Yeah, Linux is like Linux is great on resources when you're not really using it or tasking it. So it's really good at low to medium workloads. But when you're maxing it balls to the walls, especially with RAM, Windows sadly fucking wins there. At least if you're doing a graphical environment, if you're doing it in the terminal, we're talking something different. And it comes down to Wayland and Xorg and all these things. We just don't have a good enough, display management technology under Linux yet. We have to remember that under Windows, everything done in Windows that you see is done via DirectX. That is a massively optimized, massively well maintained, I think you will call it, protocol. And using a lot of hardware acceleration. Wayland is kind of using hardware acceleration. Xorg, some elements, but not all. It's like, again, fuck it. I saw an article. Thanks to Valve, HDR beginning to work for Linux. You know how long Windows have had HDR? Type, guess. How long have Windows been able to use HDR? Guess. While Lama is being spanked by the sexy Becky. 10 years? Any more guesses? 20 years? Any more guesses? Since Windows 7? Any more guesses? Since Windows 11? Since Windows 8? Windows 8 was the first time it officially supported HDR. So 2012. You were closest, probably, yeah. No. Someone said Windows 7. And someone said 12 years. You said 20. So you're actually the one that was the farthest away. So 11 years, yeah. Yeah, also HDR. Yeah. No, it's more than 10 years, dude. It's 11 years. You forget that we are 2023 right now. Because they were talking about it in Windows 7, but it was only officially supported as far as I cannot. Like, I did like a 5 minutes research. So, But in Windows 8 was when they said that they supported it. Linux is just now getting somewhat support. Oh yeah, Firefox pays a lot of overhead to the management and stuff like that. I actually really like this version of Ubuntu. Like, have any of you other guys have any experience with the new Ubuntu release? It seems to be really fucking stable. I'm just spitting all over my microphone here. Sorry. Yeah, the Mozilla Foundation and Firefox are kinda, yeah. You haven't upgraded yet. It's been a really good experience for me. And I actually think this is an upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. I think we upgraded this one live on a stream. Maybe Lamer, the cult leader, can remember that. You stay on LTS. That's honestly, that's the best thing to do, to be. Like, if you want, like, if you kind of want that Debian stability with newer packages and stuff like that, you should be on LTS. I just don't need that Debian stability for my VMs here. Like I said, this is my playgrounds, you know. This is where I do testing, research, and what have you not with Linux and stuff like that. But yeah, since Windows 8. And it's like don't get me wrong, I'm super stoked. I'm super happy that Valve is finally going to get it somewhat working. But if you're a Linux gamer and you've been missing out for 11 years, ray tracing should be kinda there also. Kinda there, I guess. I don't know. I haven't looked that much into it. But some people say that Linux have ray tracing, but it's not as good as on the Windows. But that's just a matter of time, of course. But how long that time is, it's like, yeah. Yeah, you haven't used Windows since 1604. Oh, sorry, Ubuntu. So my top 3 Linux distributions. That's Ubuntu, and it could be Subuntu, Lubuntu, Kubuntu, normal Ubuntu, just Ubuntu. Tumbleweed, OpenSUSE, Tumbleweed, and Fedora. Those are the 3 distributions that I always come back to using. Mostly OpenSUSE and Ubuntu. Fedora, I really like Fedora, and then I use it for like a month, 2 months, and then I'm like, and then I go back to either Tumbleweed or Ubuntu. Ubuntu for me is like, if I just want a set and forget system, that's normally Ubuntu. Tumbleweed for me is more like a testing system where I change desktop environments and software around, and you know, because it's a rolling release, so you get the new stuff a little bit quicker. So I tend to use it a lot as my having fun playground, if that makes sense. But I do really love Tumbleweed. I really do. Like I'm a big SUSE fan. Like I'm a big SUSE fan in general, because it's the same with Fedora, because they were one of the first 2 distributions I ever used. And SUSE is probably the distribution I have used the most over the years. Like for the longest periods of time. Oh, I used I used Red Hat products way before it was called Fedora. You know, I'm that fucking old with this shit. But SUSE always have had this special place in my heart, because it was the first. Like, I used to buy boxes with it was not called OpenSUSE, but SUSE releases, because you got the whole repository on DVDs and CDs. And I either didn't have internet or had really crappy internet. So I was relying on having the whole repository on media. And Sousa did that, and Mandrake did that. And I'm so angry that I threw them out. And you got these thick ass fucking manuals with this Sousa boxes, like fucking, Tolkien book like manuals that big. They were that big. And I would love just sitting there and reading them in bed and all of that fucking shit as a teenager, being like 13, 15, 17 years old, just sitting there and reading these fucking textbooks, installation guides, and you got small little stickers and trinkets with it and stuff like that. Sousa boxes always had a lot of extra shit, kind of like what you get with Apple. Stickers and pins and patches and all that fucking shit. I always had a soft spot for Sousa. Yeah, tech vibes. Yeah, they were fucking like so fucking amazing, man. So amazing. It was just like in the 90s with these fucking systems, and in the early 2000s, I loved it when a new version of Sousa came out and I could get a whole new booklet with DVDs and CDs in it and fucking 5 manuals, one of them being, you could fucking, hit a fucking bodybuilder in the head and he would go to the crown with it, and then you have the quick guides and the quick setups, and you have stickers and pins and trinkets and all. Like, it was a experience that you just don't get nowadays because it's digital. It was a whole experience. Getting the box, looking at the box art. I'm sounding like a guy that, talking about vinyl records now. Looking at the box art and opening it up and seeing all the leaflets and pamphlets and books in there and taking them out and having it in your hand. That it was. And then you could look up at your cupboard or something like that and see the box standing there, and there was like another Red Hat box, and then there was like a Mandrake box and some other Sousa boxes, and it was just like you were just more connected with the software because you physically had it. Don't get me wrong, I never want to go back to that fucking, having big boxes in my fucking room with Linux stuff in it. Like, I love that we can just download a new distribution and run it for like every minute nowadays. And when there's an update, you just easily get it. But I do miss the Bibles. I do miss the unboxing of it, so to speak. And the big hefty manuals. You can actually still get Sousa boxes, but only in German, sadly enough. Only in German, because have you been able to get it in English, I would have got it. No, can you get it in English also? No, German product. The box is in production. Oh, it gets in. Oh. I need to buy some open source merch. I fucking love this one here. And this one here. Yeah, you can't switch. I'm not buying it for the distribution. I would buy it for the tech manuals, the tech books. The physical book copies of it. Oh, European Asian shop. That's the one I'm looking for. It's for the books. Oh, and get a teddy bear. Yeah, it would be for the book. Hey, Esnek. Oh yeah, the old boxes. Yeah, I can't remember what the first one was. One of the 90s versions. I can't fucking remember it. But yeah, I would gladly buy, you know, a boxed version of Sousa, and just to get those all of those books and the stickers again, and I miss that. But here you're only getting the ebook, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, ebook. What is this? And you could see all of the sponsors on it. Oh. It was just like... Yeah, the memorabilia, of course. SUSE has always had, you know, a good merch, you know, image. Like, you always got, you know, stickers or something like that with your SUSE buy. I think honestly, I would probably love being a nerd today more than I did in the 90s. Because you can do so much shit nowadays. Like, I didn't care much for the limitations the hardware was in the 90s. I do like the software diversity of the 90s, though. Like, you had so many operating systems at once. So many operating systems running, like, commercially at once. You know? That I miss. I miss the massive diversity in operating systems and software. That's the only thing I miss from the 90s. Anything else, keep it as it is today, man. As much as I talk about, try and run Linux from the 80s, from the 90s and early 2000. Dude, it was a fucking hassle, man. It was not fun being a Linux user back then. It was a fucking struggle. Like, like, running Linux back then, you really liked to punish yourself. It's like, you really loved to punish yourself and make everything harder than it need to be. Yeah, Open Solaris, yeah. Also had compatibility hardware list. That's right, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, they did. That's right. That was fucking amazing, man. Norton antivirus. Anton, you need to be fucking spanked. You quit the first week. Oh, in the 90s, yeah, yeah, you're right, Esnik, but it was still a fucking hassle. You know, you still had to go out and find hardware-specific or Linux hardware-specific hardware. That sounds really weird. You know, like, I remember I bought motherboards, and it was like, oh my god, let me go on to the Linux hardware database. You know, and then it'll be like, yep, what motherboard can I buy? Okay, I have these options. Okay, on this one, the Ethernet is not working, but the sound is working. The other ones, the sound is not working, but the Ethernet is working. Okay, what sound cards do I have? And it was like, you had to, like, you know, you didn't get everything working at once. It's not like where you just bought, you know, any fucking, motherboard just worked. No, you had to really be, like, Gigabytes was one of the biggest supporters of Linux back in the day. Like, if you got a Gigabyte card, it was kinda almost 100% supported. Almost. There was maybe, depending on the version, you may had like a sound card or you know, a Ethernet card not working. But you will really be, you were out there scouting for hardware, and then you were like, oh my god, they don't have the specific hardware in stock that I want because I want to run Linux. You have to wait. It was fun and interesting, but it it's also really irritating. Like, it was really irritating. Well, sounds kind of work on the Linux, yeah. I would not even say that when you got it working, it was glorious and wonderful, because as much, but Linux still have a lot of shortcomings today. Back then, it was like, I think we look back at Linux from that era a little bit with rose-tinted glasses. Because it was not fun running Linux back then. You didn't have any or much hardware selection. And, you know, playback of formats and stuff like that was hit and miss, and some you couldn't even fucking play, and there was a lot of issues, man. Like, I honestly believe that if you and I, or everyone that was around back then, if you were running distributions as a daily driver, like we did back then, you know, taking a 90s distribution and running it, we would have a miserable time. I don't think you and I today would be a Linux user if Linux was to the way it was in the 90s today still. Yeah, NC and yeah, Windows was a little bit limited, that's right, but not as much as Linux. No, Linux is never going to replace Windows and Mac, no. Oh, yeah. Solaris and Next Step was fucking amazingly bad. Like, that's why I never got to try them back in the 90s, because I didn't have hardware that could run them. No, as a desktop, Linux don't have much to offer, other than for nerds and programmers. You know, it's like saying that you find like a old house, you know, a do-it-yourself house or an old car, and you'll be like, most people be like, fuck that shit. But a mechanic or someone that love home improvements will love those two things. But it's a really, really small and unique niche of people that it's talking to. Oh, yeah, Windows and Office cost an arm and a leg. Yeah, that was when we used those amazingly... Oh, I have a friend that have a Corby, you know? I have a friend that have a burnt CD with it on that you can borrow. That was those days. Oh, my friends' friends can borrow you a version of this and that. You know. Or hey, give me a stack of CDs and we can burn them for you, you know. Then give us some money or I remember buying like 10 boxes of CDs and then like, yeah, can we keep, you'll get it for free if you can keep half of the CDs or something in that nature, you know. Yeah, Windows Office 95 was fucking expensive, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Linux Desktop is a fun nerd toy. Yeah, it is. It's a fun place to go in and experiment and mess around, and you can get work done. But don't get me wrong, you can definitely get work done on the Linux. It's not like, it's not even debatable. But it's not all work you can get done, and it's really unique situations where it makes sense to get work done on the Linux. But if you are in that situation, you can, and it will probably be amazing. Yeah, Windows 7 Ultimate. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Like just look today, man. A package that comes pre-installed with the version of Python on Windows, I had to install via the fucking package manager. And here's the thing, under Ubuntu, they forces you to make a virtual environment for any Python project. They don't want you to run it in a non-virtual environment. Python virtual environment. Which I find really fucking irritating, to be honest. Oh, the query team was not fucking diluted enough. It was like, did I just drink fucking sand? That, oh, I'm I'm preloading creatine for the next 4 days because I haven't taken it for a long time. I don't know, Docker. So Docker for me, as a hobby, yes, don't make sense unless you're doing like home labs and stuff like that. Then it makes sense. You know, then it makes sense. But I'm also in a period of my life right now where I'm more into optimizing. I find it really exciting if I can find things that makes my life more optimized and easier and convenient. Versus where, like, in my 20s and teens, I was like, I didn't mind if I should use, like, 2 hours just to get something to do, or to be able to do something that, let's say, Windows or other system let me do in, like, 5 minutes. But again, you learn a lot from that, of course, but I was not... For me, back then, getting work done, or getting shit done, as I call it, was not as important as the journey to getting that done. Yeah, I'm sure there is a flag for it done. I just didn't look into it. I don't care, to be honest. No, I love Windows. I fucking love Windows for what it's giving me. Don't get me wrong. I also love Mac OS. I also love Linux. And in Linux, there is a lot of things that Linux actually do better than any other operating system. But it's like really few select things. So here's the thing. I'm thinking about getting a NAS. I used to run my own free NAS server. Now I'm thinking about just buying, you know, a QNAP or Synology device and just do that. Way more convenient, way easier, take less power and stuff like that. But for me, just having the free NAS system I could mess with was fun for many, many, many years. And last year, I think it was, I decommissioned it. It's just not interesting. It is still interesting. I'm like, it takes up too much room, takes too much power, and I can just go and get a Synology or QNAP or something of that nature, throw some hard disk in it, and it's doing the exact same fucking thing. You know? That's kind of where I am right now. Where it's not so much the journey anymore, but it's, I want to learn, and I want it to be, you know, how can this make my life better? If that makes sense. Is that not the promise of AI? Kinda not. There's not really any problem. So the promise of AI is more in the working world. You know, the whole, like, the people that praising AI, a lot of them have this belief that in the future humans don't have to work or write code or anything. Robots and AI is going to do all of that for us, and we just have to think about being humans and enjoy life. That's kind of the promise of AI in a lot of people's eyes, or that we are going to do minimum amount of physical work and stuff like that, and then anything else is automated. And I do find that interesting because I love finding things that can be optimized or automated. Like that to some extent, that's what I'm doing at work. It's building things and you know, making things that makes it easier for the workers to do their job, either via software or machines. When I'm not doing IT infrastructure thingies, you know, and the boss have all of these, like my boss have all of these not crazy, but all of these ideas about, can we do this? Can we optimize that? And then talking to the program and me about it and stuff like that, and finding ways to make their life easier and convenient, and so they can do more. I find that highly interesting. Like when I see a production line, I'm like, that could be done better. They don't have to run for that wrench, you know. Like, I'm always looking at it. How can this be done better? And I love that shit. Maybe I should have taken fucking education in production optimization, or what the fuck, production engineering, or what it's called, because I find that really interesting. How can I make your work life better? You know, how can I make your life easier and more convenient so you can do more? You know, I took 3 years being health productive in Linux. Now I basically want that stability and reliability. Yeah. So with Linux, you go through some phases. You get those, like I call it, newbie phase, where everything Linux and open source is amazing and blah blah blah, and you're writing Richard Stallman's fucking penis up to the heavens and back again, and fuck the loop, and he's the biggest fucking guy in the world, and Microsoft is the worst thing ever, and blah 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 blah. And then you kind of go into a little bit of a discovery phase where you're just trying to learn, educate yourself, getting to know the system and stuff like that. And then you get into, okay, now I understand basically Linux like it was Windows. You know, I understand it as much as I understand any other operating system I'm using. I can do whatever I want with Linux. I can get Linux to do whatever I want. Or I can easily figure out a way to learn how to get Linux to do whatever I want. And then the stability comes in. Then you come in, okay, I've tinkered what I need to tinker. I understand all the nooks and crannies of Linux. I may need to refresh my memory, but I know how to either get the information or I already know the information. So this system is not like this magical thing for me anymore. And then you'll be like, okay, now I don't want to tinker. I don't want to update my system. And then I have to fucking tinker with it for 30 minutes and then get my work done. Now I just want to get shit done, as I call it. And that's kind of the end point for a lot of people, the end game. But most people, they either stop before they get to the explore and learn phase, or they stop after the explore and learn phase. And they don't get into, now I actually want to use Linux as a workstation. Because most people don't, I don't know, I have this number in my head, because when I talk to people, most people I talk to, they say, oh, I've used Linux for 3 years. That's the highest number I hear the most. And 3 years will kind of get you to close to the, of course, depending on who you are, but close to that, you're close to being in that phase where you just want to get shit done. So in 3 years' time, you are kind of in the discovery learning phase still. For most people. Some people stay in writing Richard Stallman's cock all day, like DistroTube. But most people, they go into these phases, I have noticed. But most people leave before they get into the phase of, I understand Linux so much that Linux is not the problem anymore. It's, can I get shit done? That's the problem. And really few people get there. And it normally takes a few years to get there. And most people don't last a long time with Linux. Like, how many people do you talk to that have been using Linux for, let's say, 10 years or 8 years? You know, it's really rare to see that. Really rare. Really rare. And that is because I call it the refreshing problem with Linux, or whatever you will call it, is that Linux have a lot of users, but it refreshes every like 3rd year, something like that, because then people figure out that Linux cannot do what they wanted to do, or they get tired of the political and ethos written and toxic fucking shit doing with it, and they go to either Mac OS or Windows. A lot of them go to Mac OS, by the way. Lame would be proud of me right now. You know, most people, they give up or only run Linux part-time after like 3-ish kind of year. And then they are running mostly Windows or Mac OS. That's kind of what I see most people do. I say this to a lot of people. There are more people that have tried and not want to use Linux anymore than there are Linux users. So that's a scary metrics to have, that there are more people that have used Linux and not want to use it anymore than there are active Linux users on the desktop. Like Linux have a sustainability issue. People don't last decades with Linux. Maybe Linux have come that long away that in 20 years from now, you know, that has changed. That most Linux users have been using Linux for 30 years in 20 years time. That could be the case. But that also means that if the market share don't grow, that means that we still have a sustainability issue. Because Linux have gone, in 30 years, it has not even managed to get 3% of the market share. So that means there is a lot of people that are coming and going to Linux. You know, there's a lot of sustainability issues. There's a lot of turnarounds of users in Linux. Because Linux for the last 10 years have not moved that much, to be honest. Since 2010, it has not really moved that much. But when you... Almost everyone knows about Linux nowadays. Saying nobody knows about Linux is false. If you are a tech person, any tech field, any IT field whatsoever, you know about Linux, and there's a massive chance that you have tried Linux also. If you have anything to do with information technology and stuff like that. And that like there are way more IT professionals or people working in IT than there are Linux users in the world. You know, and it's a scary thing, man. I haven't used Synology or QNAP myself. Synology is fucking amazing. They use it at work. And I never used it before I started working there, and it took me like 30 minutes, man, and you know how to work that shit out. It's so fucking convenient and easy, and it's really stable. Really stable and good. Like, I had a couple of times where people like, oh, it's acting up, it's slow, but it was because it was caching or updating or something like that. And they have been using that fucking QNAS system for years now. You know. No, that's why you can't use it for workstation when all the software is for Windows. Well, some professional software works on all systems, but then you have the backends and what is your colleagues using, and you know, you have to work within the environment, you know. So that's another thing that I hate about Linux users, is that they want the environments to change around them. So if they want to use Linux, the whole company and co-workers and blah blah blah, they have to change to accommodate their Linux wishes. Where I'm like, you know what? If everyone is using Windows, if the backend is Windows software, if everyone is using things that only works under Windows, you know what? You're the minority here. You're the one that have to fit in here. You know. But Linux users don't like to hear that. You know. They think that because I use Linux, that it's not my issue that the backends and the software don't work under Linux and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I just find it really weird. Or they figure out that Windows and Mac are 10-20 years in the future. Yeah, that's true, yeah. That's actually also something I hear a lot, is that it comes down to peripheral support, you know. It comes down to software support, why people don't use Linux. The alternatives is just not good enough. Like I say a lot, when someone tells you they want, need, or desire Photoshop, giving them GIMP don't matter. They don't give a fuck about GIMP, no matter how good it is. If they want, need, or desire Photoshop, they already made their mind. No beta software for more than a decade. Need to go any further? Kind of agreeing with you there. For me, I stopped using Linux when I couldn't do what I want to do, specifically After Effects. Yeah, I'm with you with that one, man. Yeah. Yeah, I basically use Linux because I work in IT and love the GNOME interface, but I feel the paper cuts while using the system and just learn to ignore them. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit like ignoring the abusive spouse that you're living with. Yeah, oh yeah, Asus is really fucking in the hot seat lately. Yeah, I kind of feel you there, yeah. Yeah, that's why Siemens software only works on Linux, yeah. It's like wanting a PS5 and instead getting a Chinese nog. No, it's like wanting a PS5 and you've been getting a PS2. And they're like, hey, it's a PlayStation. But I want the 5. No, it's a PlayStation. But it's just version 2. You know? Like, GIMP is a great tool. Don't get me wrong. And a lot of the open source tools are really great. They're just not what people want, because they're missing the ecosystem. And that is something that the Linux world totally don't get. People don't buy Photoshop just for Photoshop. They buy Photoshop because they know that they can train people in it. They know they can find certified people in it. They know that there are shit ton of avenues to learn Photoshop and stuff like that. And they know that Photoshop talks well with, all of the other ecosystems within Adobe and stuff like that. That's why they like Adobe. It's predictable. It has a great learning ecosystem, hiring ecosystem, working ecosystem, support ecosystem, and do I need to go on and on and on? What do GIMP have? YouTube tutorials, open source, a couple of professional tools. Is there any certification within GIMP? No. Is there any exams that you can take that shows you that you are a GIMP expert? I don't think many. That's what people want when they're looking at a Photoshop artist. Either show me your work, or do you have official training in it? And official training is not some YouTube course, or Udemy course. It's like, have you gone to university in GIMP? And you get what I'm coming at here. And that's what Linux users tend to forget. It's that ecosystem that comes with a recognizable, massively built and supported piece of software. That's why companies go to those people. And they will use GIMP every day if GIMP had the same fucking shit, because they could save a shit ton of money on licenses fees. It's not even about Photoshop, it's about the Adobe ecosystem, and everything that comes with it, yeah. The only way that Linux users can have access to this proprietary software is through web apps, yeah. Or Neoporn. Here's a really, 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 really controversial opinion. If open source software licenses stop being so far up their own ass and telling everyone that they know what's better, then more companies would support them. Why do you think Apple is purging GPL software from Mac OS? Why do you think that it's a hassle for almost any proprietary company to work with a GPL piece of software? Because of the license. Like, if we want someone to work with us or help us and we are making it massively difficult for them to do so, they're not going to do it because they're not getting anything out of it or anything worthwhile. So yeah, they are going instead the web app route, which a lot of Linux users don't like. They want native apps and stuff like that. Then stop being, irritating to work with. Allowing open source to exist, allowing open source to be part of closed source to be part of an open source project, and so on and so on. Allow it to coexist way more easier. Instead, they like, oh, you have to open source everything and you have to do it our way and blah 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 blah, and yelling and screaming, and yeah, fuck you then. Like, you want me to help you cut the grass, And then you're telling me how to do it, when to do it, what systems I should be using, what fucking clothes I need to be wearing, how much I can drink, how much I can eat, when I should take my breaks. And you still want me to help you cut your grass? Oh, fuck off. You know, like, just do it your fucking self, okay? Just bye-bye. Bye the fucking bye. You do it yourself. But that's how open source and GPL or Free Software Foundation software and that whole nature of it looks and sound like and act like towards people that actually want to work with them. They make it so fucking difficult and have so many demands. And they are like, you know what? For what we are getting out of this and then have to deal with this fucking shit and a toxic user base. Yeah, go suck a fucking cock somewhere. I'm going out of here. You know, fuck you. See you later. Don't want to be here. Bye-bye. You know, like Linux needs to, or not Linux, but the community and the licenses needs to be able and adaptable to work in a world in the world that we live in. Linux is trying to live in a world that don't exist. That's its biggest issue. It's like those woke people that, you know, safe spaces and unicorns and rainbows and stuff like that. Instead of looking at what is actually, what world are we living in here? Oh, there is Windows, there's proprietary software. Oh, well, we need to work with those to have any fucking, you know, traction to get going on here. We need to be able to work together and not against each other. And Linux, they can only work together within Linux. And that's an issue. Microsoft and Windows, proprietary software, Mac OS and Apple, they can work with everyone. Windows and Mac can work together. Or Apple and Microsoft and Adobe and Microsoft, and all of those people can really work really well. Maybe not well, of course, there's always issues and stuff, but they can work together. Then you have the open source crowd. You know, bitching and moaning, yelling and screaming and blah, 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 you know, that don't want to work with them unless they're doing exactly what the FOSS community is telling them to do. And they are looking at this massive ecosystem of billion-dollar companies and organizations and software that is like, yeah, we may be difficult to work with, but at least we can work together. We can work together towards a common goal. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes we get into arguments, but at least we can get somewhere. And then they're looking at the FOSS people being like, yelly, scream, why are you not doing it like we wanted to do, blah, 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 you fucking evil people, you stupid, proprietary software is the devil, and blah, blah. Yeah, okay, let those fucking lunatics, you know, playing with their feces on the motorway while we're doing shit over here. That's, in my opinion, one of the biggest issues we have right now. Is that the inability to work with each other. Hey, Alicia, I think Elsiat? I'm so sorry I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. Oh, you're doing well, man. Yeah, but I think Linux's biggest issue is the inability to work with everyone else that is not in the FOSS crowd. Which is really weird, man. Dedicated GNOME user, recently moved to Mac OS at work. That's clearly a night and day difference between the two. I love GNOME, but it just gets stuff done with zero issues. Yeah. Dude, I'm so happy that you're doing it, man. It's amazing. And I hear that a lot. I say this a lot. and you will hate me, but I tend to say that Mac OS is the Linux that Linux people wish Linux was. I see a lot of past Linux users going over to Mac OS because you are getting the best of the FOSS world with the best of the Windows world, and you still have to, and you still get this feeling of doing something unique, doing something that is a niche product. You are still not part of the big bad Windows crowd. And I think that's what a lot of Linux users want. They want that feeling special kind of thing and not using the popular thing and whatnot. And that is Mac OS, because Mac OS is like combine Linux with Windows. You get Mac OS. Just controlled by an evil company, but the system is like, yeah, you know. I wonder why Valve decided to invest so heavily in Linux. It's a gamble. Linux makes sense for the Steam Deck. That's why they did it. Because it makes sense for the Steam Deck. But here's the thing. If the Steam Deck and the Steam Box don't take off, which they are betting on, if it continue or not continues, but if it end up being like in 3 years, 4 years time, being a massive fucking money pit, they are dropping it like a hot potato. They've done it before. Like, this is not their first time trying to make a Linux-based gaming device. And it is down to licenses and cost. You know, it's just cheaper. Like, I say it like this, and I am over-exaggerating here, but what Valve is doing is that they are looking at the Linux community and be like, 80% of our work is already done. You know, it's already done in open source. So if we just spend a little bit of money, we can take all of this free work and earn a shit ton of money on it, and then wash our hands and keep going. I do see Valve a little bit as actually abusing the Linux community by throwing a little bit of money to it, because Valve has not contributed to any open source project or helped any open source project that don't directly or indirectly help out Valve on the Steam Deck. Like think about this. Valve has not done anything for Linux or open source that don't benefit Valve. Apple have, Microsoft have, Oracle have, Nvidia have. You know, almost any other company that have dipped their toes into open source have done something that don't directly, or not everyone, but a lot of the big ones are doing stuff where it has nothing to do with them. Like, Microsoft is granting money left, right, and center. Was it last year? No one got $10,000. Just, yeah. You know, they are helping way more out in the community than Valve is. Valve only do stuff Valve benefit from. But Valve is this, like, magical, amazing company now because it gave us gaming under Linux. Again, it's the Linux community's ability to not looking at what is in front of them because they are so focused on hating Microsoft. Valve is not a company you want to be friends with. Valve only care about Valve. They don't give a fuck about anyone else. And the second Linux or open source don't benefit Valve anymore, they are, hey, out of here, bye-bye. Valve is so egocentric and egotistical as a company. They are not Linux friend. They saw an opportunity. They saw an opportunity that made sense for devices like the Steam Deck and the Steam Box that they are working on. Sony went with FreeBSD because they can proprietary it and stuff like that. But anyway, they're like, hey, we don't need to do all the work ourselves. It's already out there. And we don't need to really do anything other than just, you know, giving some code back. And then throw a little bit of money at them. That's it. To me, that's fucking scummy. Like, I'm super happy that we have Proton. As a gamer, I'm super happy we have Proton. But don't fool yourself. They are not doing it to be nice to Linux. They are betting on the Steam Deck is going to make them a shit ton of money. They're betting on the Steam Deck is going to make them a shit ton of money. Just like they did in the past with previous Linux boxes that they have made. If that don't happen, they're going to do the same thing as they did back then. Throw it out. Or not throw it out, but stop investing in it. I'm disappointed in how most people don't see Apple as an equal evil corp as Microsoft. Apple is no better. So, Esnik, I talked about this before. The Linux community has been so blinded in their hate towards Microsoft that they can't see the same thing happening in other places. And if someone is doing something in quote nice towards Linux, they kind of forget the evils. It's a little bit like the abuser's boyfriend or girlfriend hitting you to fucking almost death and then taking you out for a nice dinner and coddling you and showering you with gifts. That's the relationship that Linux have with other companies than Microsoft. Oh, they're doing all of these good things for us, when, you know, blah, 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 blah. They just don't like Microsoft because Windows is the most used operating system. And Microsoft has done scummy things like any other fucking company, but Microsoft has done scummy things towards Linux in the past. They can't get over that. So it's a mixture between jealousy, past experiences, and I don't know if you guys have probably experienced this. Have any of you been so focused on a problem that you just can't solve it because you've been so focused on one thing? This have to be the issue. This thing here. And you're so focused on fixing it. Then you go take a shower or pee or crap, or you go for a walk, or you go fuck the wife or something like that. And then while you're doing that, oh shit, it's that thing. It's, you know, the solution just come up in your brain. Because you're getting away. You stop hypering, focusing on this one thing. You're stepping back and you're kind of not thinking so much about it anymore. That's what's going on with Linux, the Linux community right now. They are so hyper-focused on Microsoft and Windows that they can't see all of the other shit going on around them, and it won't recognize it because they are so focused on that Windows and Microsoft. Apple hardware closed ecosystems, Stallman Richardson never will. Stallman's writers never will use it. Again, Marcus, I see a lot of Linux users going over to Mac OS. Like a lot over the years. Mac OS is a productivity beast, exactly this. Desktop Linux is a time sink. If you are an Uber nerd, then Linux is the go-to OS. Yeah, that's because they like the flexing of it, the nerd part of it. Love for Valve in Linux community is unexplainable to me. Yeah, I hope I kind of explained it a little bit. Yeah, exactly, Neoporn. Valve is giving them something they have... we have been asking for Linux gaming for 2 decades now. Over 2 decades. And now we have it. But again, it's like saying, I desire companionship. Now I have it, but I'm getting kicked in the fucking groins every Saturday. You know. But at least I'm getting coddled at night. Or I get a kiss once in a while. But then I'm getting kicked in the groins and yelled at. But I still get a little bit of love. And I've been needing that for so long. That's kind of the relationship we have with Valve under Linux, is that we finally get something that we have wanted for so fucking long. That it's so exciting and we're so happy for it that we don't see it for what it really is. Yep. They used us to beta test Steam Deck software. Yep, they did. And I'm fine with it. But make no mistake, Valve is doing it for them. Oh yeah, low spec. Oh, I am Jeff, by the way. You're so fucking right, man. I thought MS invested more money in Linux nowadays than Apple has made. Oh, I think they have, Esnik. Like money-wise and projects, Microsoft is probably the biggest. But Apple is like Apple's own crop and and stuff like that, and WebKit and what have you not. But I do think you're right that Microsoft is probably the one with the most invested money in it and stuff like that. But let's be honest here. Microsoft also do it a little bit as a PR stunt. You know, they also do it a little bit to hold the antitrust, people and monopoly people at bay. I do believe that Microsoft is not doing it to be nice. There is a strategic explanation for it. And also, open source is like a buzzword. It's been a buzzword for like, I don't know, since 2015 or something like that. You know? So they are riding the buzzword bandwagon, so to speak. But the second nobody gives a fuck about open source anymore, or talk much about it anymore, and they're not in troubles of getting sued and all that fucking shit, they will probably slow down on it. We overlook the problem and it turns out to be something simple and we are too blind to see it something. Yeah, exactly. But we had Linux gaming in the 90s. Yeah, but it was not like Linux gaming in the 90s, let's be honest. It's not the same as it is today. We have Toxcard and Quake. We could get Quake running. Doom, I got Doom running in Linux back in the day. And you could emulate Steam with like Vine to some degree of success and stuff like that. Yeah, Quake runs on Linux, yeah. Like, Doom and Quake was one of the, like, they always been kinda okay supported under Linux. With a lot of work, of course. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, yes, Nick. Of course they do. Of course they do. It's a big company. They you know, they're one of the biggest companies in the world. So of course, everything that they do is like Microsoft and Apple and companies like that are running like a country. You know, everything they do and the way they're doing it is calculated fucking shit. You know. There were not a lot of game releases in the 90s and 2000s. There was a lot of small projects, but we're not saying like not game releases. It was like small little hobby projects here and there. Yeah, Proton definitely made it accessible for people. I've been playing Solitaire on Linux for 20 years, yeah. Yeah, Linux was a hassle, or Minecraft was a little bit of a hassle back in the day, yeah. Yeah, Duke Nukem 3D, yeah. I remember Doom 3. I ran that a lot in Linux. So you had to install some specific files. You got like a package with some files on. And then you have to extract the data files, basically the whole, the videos and the graphic for files and all of that shit, and put into a specific folder on your hard drive. And then you could run Quake or Doom, sorry. But you needed the Doom CD to be able to do it, because you need to copy the whole data folder basically over to a separate into a specific place in the root system. It was a really specific place, or else it would not work. And it ran kind of well. Yeah, there were a few games that was like support, like again in quote Linux supported. What is this? Oh, it's a comedy channel. Did you guys see this? These two fat guys boxing? Wings of Redemption and Boogie? Fucking hell, man. Neoporn, I have a sneaky feeling that no. So here's the thing. what Microsoft, Asus, and all of the Apple and all of these companies are really good at is to go into an emerging market and take it over. Because they have way more money, way more expertise, and, well, they have a better base. The Windows kernel and stuff like that, and the Mac kernel and stuff like that, that has way more people behind it, way more third-party support behind it by default. And they can probably also do it way cheaper than Valve can do it. And Valve, and this is something people tend to forget, Valve have never had a successful hardware that they made in-house. All of Valve's hardware successes have been them buying existing successes. Hardware-wise, so the VR and stuff like that. They bought a company that was already successful in that area. Any hardware Valve made themselves has always been subpar. Prone to break, it's prone to be basically shit. You know, it was interesting hardware and it was nice and it worked well when it worked. But it always had prone to, you know, basically break and not being that well built and stuff like that. So I'm surprised. Oh shit, I keep hitting my microphone. So I'm surprised that the Steam Deck is actually as well. It's not breaking as much as I would expect from a Valve product, basically. Because Valve's quality control on hardware used to be fucking bad. But yeah, Windows can definitely outcompete the Steam Deck. Like, think about this. Getting a handheld device where you can play all of your Xbox games on, most of your Windows games on, and seamlessly switch between your Xbox and your handheld device and your Windows machine. Valve can only do that between the handheld and Windows. And you get Xbox Game Pass. That is a really fucking good deal for a lot of people. You get a shit ton of free games. And they are about to buy Blizzard Activision. So imagine getting, you know, Bethesda and all of these fucking massive companies that they already own, plus Blizzard and Activision if that goes through, with a fucking Game Pass. What is it, like $12 a month or something like that? It's Valve need to step it up if they do it. The Asus Ally, I'm a little bit like, they can coexist, but if Microsoft or Apple goes into especially Microsoft goes into the market, like they themselves, and again, you know, with the Game Pass and all that fucking shit, and the Xbox users, which is a massive market, probably bigger market than the PC market, can now also take their games with them on the grabber via this handheld device. That's kind of fucking game over for the Steam Deck. It will probably not, you know, make it delete it from the scene, but it will definitely make it a low-selling product. They talked about this for years, to be honest. Xbox handheld device. They actually talked about this for years. Yeah, Wings got a pat on the back, and I don't like Wings and I don't like Boogie, but I like Wings more. Like Wings, I think Wings is a victim of himself, and he's misunderstood by a lot of people. And Wings should not be on the internet. Wings is a person that will that he's not built for the internet. Maybe he's built for like limited amount of internet exposure, like him being on the internet in limited form. But he's not built to have like a full-blown career on the internet. He has too much shit to deal with, like, you know, emotional and psychological shit. And Wings today is way more likable than Wings before he started to get medicated and help. But he's still not he's not all there, and I do think that he's misunderstood a lot, and he's battling some demons that Swole's really easy can get exposed. No, he can expose them to people. Like, he get angry, he get emotional and stuff like that. Like, he's really easy to get like a reaction like that out of, like a really, really oversaturated reaction. And I think he would have a best fucking time if he was only part-time or content creator. And only streamed like, let's say, 2 days a week or something like that. But I do think also that he's misunderstood a lot. Because of his mental battles and stuff like that. And not being properly medicated and whatnot for many, many, many years. Which is really sad. Because I think Wings is a broken man, to be honest. He is dealing with a lot of baggage that he's never been dealing with, and I still think to this day that he's not dealing with a lot of it, and that's sad to some degree, because that makes him unstable in a really high pressure social environment. If he on top of that have massive social anxiety, depression, all kind of fucking crazy shit that you could. Welcome back, Lamer. Because when you see, like, when you saw him, like, here's the thing: when you saw Wings coming out to the boxing match, singing, going into the ring, focused like a fucking shark on slapping the narcissistic fucking a-hole in the face here. I think that was the real fucking Wings. The Wings after the match, talking about his sick cat or dead cat, I can't remember, getting emotional or stuff like that. I think that's the real Wings. But he has not had a lot of successes in his life. And the few that he had has always been, really, really fragile. Like, being a successful YouTuber and stuff, that's really fragile, You're opening yourself up to a lot of fucking crazy shit being on YouTube and stuff like that. It's not a stable thing to be in for your psyche or anything like that, because you're opening yourself out to the public. And the more you put out there, the more big of a target you become. And he's just not built for that. But it made him a shit ton of money, so you try to, you get trapped into that, okay, I need to do something, I need to be more out there, I need to be, the pressure of it and blah, 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 But they're not been good success, because his YouTube success ended up being a failure. And what have you not. So he hasn't had a lot of really good successes. This boxing match was probably one of the biggest successes in his life. Which is really sad. That he in his late 30s, looking like a whale, needs to go into a ring and beating up another fat person, and that's his biggest accomplishment. That's the most positivity he's probably have had in his most of his life. From the outside world. And that will wear off, and when that wears off, he will go into his old self, and he will start to become the broken Boogie, or not Boogie, Wings, and oh yeah, from where he's yeah. He's not had an easy life. He's not had an easy life. But I do think he's misunderstood, and he's a broken man that needs help. But he's so easily manipulated by other people in high pressure social settings that he became a lol cow. He became a target for a shit ton of crazy people on the internet trolling him, and it's fucking fun to watch. Like, I do watch those troll channels or compilation channels of him fucking up and stuff like that. Yeah, have a good day, I'm Jeff. You need to change your name to I'm Jeff Low Spec. But yeah, I do get Wings. And he has said some stupid fucking shit and done some stupid fucking shit. But Wing should, like, I think Woody's Game Attack said it the best. All your problems comes from you doing live, streaming and YouTube. And the only way they can go away is if you stop. I think that I'm paraphrasing here, but he said something like that, that all of your problems is coming from content creations. So either stop or drastically cut down on it. You know. But again, he's also to blame for not taking advice and not looking introspective into his life and saying, you know what, maybe I should do that. You know. One word kills your Steam account. That is fucking crazy, man. Another Stacy, then it looks really weird. Yeah, the PlayStation's doing their own handheld, yeah. Who knows, maybe a boxing career can help him with that. He did really good, though. He did, I was impressed. I was impressed, man. Yeah, Don, I'm afraid that's true. Because he's not, like I said, he's not used to dealing with successes. So he don't know how to handle it. I will say one thing, though. Because I can't deal with fucking Boogie. Like, Boogie's the worst person on earth, man. And I'm going to tell you why he's lying out of his ass. In 2 minutes, seconds, years. This is actually a really good video. Let's see if I can find a good spot. Here. So, Boogie has been told or said to us how many I don't know if any of you guys have know Boogie, have seen him, but like, Boog has always said how many times he got beat up as a kid and his mom beat him and he got bullied and hit at school and stuff like that. So I can talk a little bit about experience here because I also got beaten up as a kid and I also got bullied at school and was in fight almost every fucking time at school. And you know how you can see how easy you can see if someone has been in a fight before or not? This here. When someone is looking away, when someone is punching at you, that means they have never been hit before. They've never been in a fight before. Because you learn really fucking fast that if you look away, you get the crap beat out of you. Really fucking fast. And I also done some martial arts in my youth. And if you look away, you get kicked in the fucking head. Boogie, all of this fucking abuse that Boogie say he has been going through, being kicked and not kicked, been in fights before and his mom has beat him and shit like that. I don't buy that for a fucking second. Because maybe this is not a good video to show it in, but when they are fighting, he's looking away all the fucking time. Like, he looks at him and then he gets like one hit or he's, teasing him a little bit. But the second he comes close to him and he starts to hit him, he's looking away. Nobody that's ever been in just 1 or 2 fights in their life is going to do that. Because they know that if they do that, they will get the living shit kicked out of them. So that alone tells us that he's a massive fucking liar. At least about the being in fights and, people hitting him and stuff like that. Yeah, it seems like it's already... Yeah, it has hit his head a little bit. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, he is the dog that bites. Yeah, but he's also a massive manipulator and a massive narcissist. See there how he's looking away. Like someone that has been hit before and stuff like that, they will fucking put those hands up to their head like their life depended on it, even if they don't know how to fight. That's also really easy to... This is really morbid, but... It's really easy to see if someone has been abused at some point in their life. Because if you go aggressive over to them, or you lift your hand too fast, they will go into a defensive position or a fighting position. So that would typically be tightening up, hands up, or docking down, docking away, but they can see you. So they will like try to duck under the table or move away from you or get their hands up or looking at you while they're turning around and starting to go away and stuff like that. That's a good example of someone that either know how to fight or that have been in some form of abuse before. Because they know that if they lose eye contact, that means they're fucking living shit for them. And Boogie, he looks like someone that has never had someone touch him before. Because if you are getting in fights, you learn how to protect yourself. It's automatically, if you are in fights, you learn you learn to not stand with your arms open and be like, hey, hit me in the face, you stupid idiot. You know, like, you learn kind of after a while what to do and not to do. And listening to him talking about his childhood and shit like that, he should be a way better fighter than this. Look how he's pushing him away and stuff like that. He's not even fighting. He's just pushing. Again, that's something I see in people that have never been in fights before. Never. When I did my fighting shit, and a new person come in, and you advances towards them, they was pushing you away, and stuff like that. He has never been in a fucking fight in his life. Never. Never fucking ever. That's true. The ones that are cool. Well, not always true, but sometimes it can be true, yeah. Some people are just like that naturally. You know, they are just... You know, they are loud-mouthed and stuff like that, but they also have something to have it in. I've seen that too many times to say that's 100% true. I've seen really fucking people that are like, oh, fucking shit this, and I can fucking do this, and blah, blah, and they can fucking do it. That's just them being, not overly, but being massively confident in their abilities. And it's hard to see, well, not hard, but you should be aware that that could be the possibility. One thing I'll tell you, if someone's been in a fight, they don't... Exactly, Lamer. Exactly. Exactly. I know me in fights, I back out. Yeah, but you still know what the fuck is going on around you. If you've been in fights before. I don't buy his physical abuse story for one fucking bit. Because he looks like someone that just got hit for the first time in their whole life. Where you can see wings. Like, he's been in fights before. Oh, you black out in fights. Oh. Well, that's not a good idea. Don't get in fights if you black. Look how he's just... He see the hand coming, and then he's looking away. That's not someone that's been in a fight before. You'd rather take that hit on the face and knowing what to do and where the person is than looking away and don't know what else is coming. Because you don't know what to defend yourself against. He has never been hit before. Maybe hit in the stomach or in the back or in, get like a fucking, get his ass slapped or something like that, which lame or really like what Becky is doing. He probably got his ass slapped before. But he's not been in fights. Like, he's not been fighting with his fucking parents. He probably got his ass spanked a couple of times. But yeah, Boogie, he gave up from day one. And he has all of these excuses. Like, look at his fucking channel. Oh, it's just one excuse after the other. Why he didn't do it. And he's Boogie is probably one of the worst fucking people to be on YouTube. He is using and abusing every fucking parasocial or social relationship he has for his own fucking narcissistic gains. Don't believe a thing that fucking idiot is telling you. And doing it while pretending to be nice. Again, hey, abusive fucking partner. It screams abuse. Like he's like, I'm buying this if, after they got fucking abused, oh, I'm so sorry, and they try to be good and blah, 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 blah. He's so fucking full of it. And I think to some degree that I think Keemstar is a little bit falling for it. I think Keemstar is falling for it. Sadly, no. Keemstar is not stupid. Keemstar is fucking brilliant. But I think Boogie has him fooled to some degree. I don't know about that. I would say they're equally as bad. Because you can fucking get some shit beat out of you that is where, yeah, I'd rather be fucking called things for months than having to fucking get, beaten that fucking much in certain places and whatnot. But yeah, emotional abuse is bad, don't get me wrong, but I will not say one is worse than the other because it also depends on what kind of person you are and how they're doing it and how long and, it's in my book they're equally bad. But I do believe that Keemstar is a little bit fooled by him. Like Boogie knows how to some degree fool Keemstar to some degree. Lots of degrees here, by the way. But again, I'm just talking out of my ass here. But yeah, Boogie is so fucked. Like, yeah, he's so fucked up in his brains, man. Like, Boogie, he's like the male version of my dead mom. Like, I see so much of my mom in Boogie. The way he acts, the way he conducts himself, the way he talks about other people, the way that he's like, oh my god, it's so fucking sad for me, and all that, COVID narcissism and all that fucking shit. It's like seeing my fucking mom over and over again. And he needs to be in the middle of attention all the time, and yeah, it's him and my mom and him should have been fucking married, man. They would be like fucking made for each other. Yeah, it's those kind of people, they're fucking mental, man. So here's the thing. He wants us to believe that he gained muscle in his training camp. He's not gained any fucking muscle. Come on. He's gained fat. He has not gained any fucking muscle. You know what, Boogie? If that was the case, that you have gained muscle, there's a really fucking easy way to show that. You should have weighed yourself on a body scale weight that takes your muscle mass, your fit, and your water retention before and after. But then he can't use that as an excuse. Fucking hell, Lamer. Is that Becky? Are you outing out Becky right now? Do I need to come and do an intervention? But yeah, that's fucking not fun, man. At least I hope she was hot. And you got a lot of sex out of it. But yeah, that's not fucking... Used you for your money for 2 years. But Lamer, you don't have any money. You didn't just buy a new fucking MacBook or Mac Mini, didn't you? And I'm thinking about getting... I got farmer, blue collar, and redneck muscles. No, Boogie did it. Because I honestly believe Boogie, as he said himself in his reaction video to the match, when he went into the match and he saw Wing's eyes, he knew he fucked up. And I believe until that point, Boogie honestly thought he could win it all. And then he wanted to be like the, oh, so nice guy and hero and blah, blah, blah. But I honestly believe he thought he could win that match until they got into the ring. I kind of want to see how she looked like now, Lamer. But yeah, I'm fucking sad that it happened to you, man. That's not fun. That's not fun, man. I hope Becky is treating you better than now. Yeah, people do that. They find someone that they know is crazy about them, and then they just use them for their own gains until they find someone that they actually want to be with. Or they are like Bookie, that they are just like that with everyone. But yeah, I'm glad you got out of that fucking shit, man. That's not a place to be in for anyone. And here's the thing. You don't hear about that in the news. You don't hear that about that on Twitter. You don't hear that on YouTube about a guy being in an abusive relationship, because guys apparently can't be in abusive relationships. It's always us poor little girls, sadly enough, that is the real victims in life. And when a guy is talking about it, it's like, oh, just man up and you're a man and blah 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 and all that fucking shit. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think the statistic says that there are more abusive relationships where the woman is the abuser than the man is. Not by much, but a little bit. But let's just take Denmark, that is like on the forefront of fucking progressiveness and all that shit. I think we have 1 or 2 man shelters in the whole fucking country. Or maybe 3 or 4, like really few. There is at least 2 or 3 in each city to women here. And statistically, women are more likely to abuse the man, if I'm not remembering correct. Or it's almost 50-50. But they get all of the fucking support. Like, I have more than one friend, or past friends, I don't talk with them anymore, where they had a child in a relationship, and the mom got angry at my friend, and then she just go on to the city council and accused them of being a bad dad, or not treating the kid right, and sometimes even fucking abusing them, just because she was mad at the dad. I have rarely seen a dad do that to a woman. I've seen and heard it a lot of fucking times when the mom don't get her will when they are breaking up. Oh, you're a bad dad. You are doing that. You are neglecting the child, and la 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 la. And when someone say that just once, you are fucking marked for the rest of your life, because there's always someone that will believe the fucking girl Way more than the guy when it comes to shit like that. Hey, Marble Anderson. And on that point, there are so much inequality towards men in that area. Becky treats you well, that's good. Oh yeah, you were not happy. You were coping, dude. Now you're just a broken person. Yeah. I think here's the thing, Lamer. If someone tells you that they are not broken to some degree, that's a fucking lie. Everyone has something to deal with and some issues, man. You know? But you have Becky now. She's just sniffing coke off your butthole, hooking a fucking gag ball in you and fisting you and giving you a chastity belt on and having a good old time with good old Lamer. Death inside since 2016. A lot of girls wants to kick that girl, but because of it. Also, you find sympathy with girls. That's a good card to play, man. Man, I kind of want to see how she looks like, just to see if it really is a case of a hot girl just fucking running you over, man. Why I'm glad to be single. No kids, just lost it in the tech world. That, like, again, yeah, I think a lot of people are comfortable being alone and stuff like that, but we also need people in our life. I don't believe in anyone saying that they will happily could live all alone in the woods and seeing no other people for the rest of their life. Unless they have, like, autism or something like that, I don't believe it. You know, I don't believe it. Unless you have some form of mental disability, I don't believe it. Because people like interaction to some degree. Microsoft AI supercomputer. Ooh. What wants ChatGPT inside Microsoft AI supercomputer? Awesome. Is this Linux based or not?
Ever wondered what it takes to run the infrastructure that hosts ChatGPT with over 100 million users today? And how this infrastructure can work for your workloads in Azure at any scale? Well, keep watching as we break down the AI supercomputer infrastructure built to run ChatGPT and other
of large language models, or LLMs. Our AI supercomputer in Azure can train models that are hundreds of billions of parameters in size. The original GPT-3 was 175 billion parameters, but we built larger models than that since. For example, Microsoft's Megatron Turing natural language model has 530 billion parameters. And as newer generations of LLMs are released, they're going to be even larger. The thing we had to support with LLMs like GPT is their self-supervised learning, where they learn about a language by examining billions of pages of information over and over again. That directed how we approached building a specialized hardware and software stack that can support the efficient running of models of that massive scale.
Right, and the challenge with something like this is that they're super resource intensive and also pretty expensive to run.
An efficient infrastructure for running things at that size is really critical. You have to deal with failures that are happening on a regular basis. Every few days, and even sometimes more frequently when you're at a large scale, something's going to fail. Like a server's going to fail or a network link's going to start to flap. So you've got to be able to minimize the rate of failures. When one happens, you got to be able to diagnose it very quickly, and then you got to be able to fix it very quickly. A lot of things had to come together to build a hardware and software stack that could support that kind of scale. We've invested a lot in our data center infrastructure with state-of-the-art hardware that we run in Azure globally for raw compute horsepower. One of the key things we do is cluster GPUs with a high bandwidth network to provide connectivity required to efficiently train them. We layer on top of that Azure software platform optimizations, where we have, for example, enlightened the platform and the hypervisor to be able to access those network GPUs so that the performance is comparable to running on bare metal, but with a full manageability layer on top. As we move up the...
Is that running Windows? Like, I would love it to run Windows. Oh, guys. Yeah, guys get to see the end of this. Yeah, fucking a lot, man. You're happy because you found this free software foundation. I'm sure that Richard Stallman is the most amazing, cuddly fucking cocksucker in the world. I got my friends and family, so that's good. In the woods, get cute. I can't read what you're saying. Oh, you got waifus.
Up the stack, we've also developed and integrated open source frameworks like Onyx for model portability, and the DeepSpeed framework that came out of Microsoft research that helps componentize these models so that they can train across interconnected GPUs at greater scale and speed. In fact, DeepSpeed has become the de facto framework for distributed machine learning training.
Right, let's just put this into context, because for the OpenAI service, the supercomputer that we built for OpenAI back in 2020 comprises more than 285,000 AMD InfiniBand connected CPU cores.
Shit.
And separately, there are 10,000 NVIDIA V100 Tensor Core GPUs that are also InfiniBand connected.
Right, so one of the techniques used to train those...
Do they have like... Oh. But computer vision version 4, that's the one I'm using at work. I haven't done like computer vision in a little time. I'm looking into training AI. Storm og pillow. There is a storm and blow up doll, yeah. Google. Been looking into using the Google Vision API. But I think this cost a little bit of money. Oh, I can't remember if I deleted it, but my Ethernet or my internet fucking crapped out for like 10 minutes or something like that. And yeah, that was not a good experience. I may need to read up about this or watch some videos about Google's OCR over the weekend. Maybe Monday, take like a tutorial day and then just go nuts. Is this training files? Annotate a... Oh. Check Discord. Are you sending me pictures now? Ah, you should have taken her on the right, dude. Ah, she's average looking. She's quite nice, man. He's quite nice, but like when I think about batshit crazy people, I always think about, you know, some of those really fucking, you know, massively hot fucking girls that just have this like crazy look in their eyes, but this, like, you would not know that she would be like that just looking at her. He's kind of young though. How old is he? 19, 18, younger? The one on the right has a really fucking amazing smile though. I like her smile. And she has kind eyes. You should have taken her on the right. Don't tell me it's your sister, because then, then don't take her. You know, then we are like, no, that's not a good idea. Then maybe Becky needs to step in and I'm sinned. Oh yeah, Computer Clan is really good. Who's Master M1? Is that one of your Apple disciples? Oh, that's a... Oh. 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 See, I want to see those two fuck each other, but yeah. She's... Today. Yeah, but how old is he in the picture? That's like in the picture. Why are all the hot girls always fucking lesbians? Oh, you're still following her on Dude, don't follow her on Facebook, man. Don't follow her on Facebook. Like, if she's treated you like that, you don't follow her on Facebook. Follow her friend on Facebook or her carpet muncher on Facebook, but don't follow the abusive idiot on Facebook. So do more with this. Yeah, I would still, I'll go on and unfollow her right now because it could lead to some massive shit. Oh god, no. Like, this dude does he not know what the fuck he's talking about? Making of GNU, the world's first open source software. Open source has been around before the GPL. In 5 years. Like, Forest Light, I think he's a massive fucking poser. The first example of free and open source software is believed to be the A2 system developed at the UNIVAC division of Remington Rand in 1953. GNU, the world's first... I kind of want to log in just to post this. Like, at least fucking research your shit. Like, come on. Like, like, and even though game was called public domain, maybe it should have said the world's first TPL software. Like this dude here. Is so like. Oh god, dude. Yeah, don't let AI code for you. How Microsoft took control of OpenAI. Yeah, they invested money into. He do look like a low-key fucking genius. Not genius, Jesus. Yeah, this guy looks like he's probably a good coder. Like he reminds me of one of those people. Yeah, clickbait Jesus. Yeah. He reminds me of one of those people that live in a van and you know use his own feces to fucking put it onto his like compost garden to make his fruits more fucking flavorful or something like that, and then peeing in a fucking citation or filtering system to drink his own fucking piss. Like he like I have like a nuclear bunker in his backyard, and he's just like, what the fuck, man? Microsoft attempt to destroy Linux in 1998. Yeah. That's 25 years ago. Like, if you have to go back in history, every company have done shit like that. Holy crap. I think it's funny that now when she sees me in a public, she'll be a child and try to... Oh my god. Microsoft is only like 50% owner of OpenAI. 50%. That's not taking it over. Also, Elon Musk is... I think he's still invested in it, but he's not on the board of directors. So, yeah, like taking over is probably not the right word. I started a coffee company. Oh god, no. Like, he really looks like one of those hipsters that when you see them coming down the street, you're just like, oh my god, are you going to tell me about your vegan ways now? You know, he's probably also vegan and driving a fucking hybrid or something like that. He just looked like one of those fucking crazy people. My first program. He seems a little bit far up his own ass, but I could be wrong. Android is a fucking mess. Learning too many programming languages at once. Yeah, that's never a good idea. Like, how is he doing view-wise? He's actually doing quite well. Alex Turing was a fucking genius, man. Base 1K course. Yeah. Take this course, limited acceptance and all that fucking shit. Yeah, filling coffee with pantyhoses. No. He's taking his boxer shorts off and using them after he's wearing them for a week to filter coffee, to give it that extra spice, you know, that extra kick. Using Linux on Windows. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, some of his content is really fucking great, to be honest. I have watched some of his content before, but when it goes into Linux and all that fucking shit, yeah, no. Just walk away. Walk away. Stick to coding, and then walk away from, Arch Linux VM setup and coding talk. Nobody gives a fuck about Arch Linux. Just walk away. Walk the fuck away. Well, I technically have a MacBook Pro with Mac on it, but I haven't used it in forever. Micro mouse. Beep, 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 beep. This is actually a really good channel, this one here. Letizium. Like, I don't know if it's me, but YouTube is starting to be filled up with, like, bullshit. Like, there's so many channels out there where, like, they are highly produced, but there's no substance to them. Or they are just plain out lying to you. I think people... I'm getting a teenager now. I think people have stopped actually either knowing what they're talking about or researching what they're talking about in favor of highly produced virtual aspects of the video. I even seen, like, there are so many commentators and people that makes those micro documentaries are being exposed nowadays for either paying someone to do their work for them or basically being fucking shitty people that are stealing other people's work and whatnot. And it's weird, man. Oh god, what's the time? It's not even fucking midnight yet. Homemade chicken supper. Oh. You're walking on Red Dead Redemption 2. Who's he talking with? I don't know who that guy is. I don't know who you are. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me then. Okay. Now it's just worse. I don't know if it's always been like that, but it definitely gotten worse. Or there's more of it. But yeah, it's always been there, but before I felt like it was, you know, more good shit than bad shit. Learn everything. How to use ChatGPT to eat. Like I'm so afraid that people are using AI to basically learn for them. So they are not thinking for themselves, and they're just asking the chatbot, and then be like, "Yep, I totally agree with you. I understand." Copy paste, and then a month later, or 2 days, or 2 minutes later, they have no fucking. They can't remember what was going on. I have a sneaky feeling that that's going to be the case. That they are not actually fact checking what the AI is saying. If it sounds a little bit sus. Yeah. Like also like the mid sentence was good for YouTube. But I think with the apocalypse in 2018, the first one, like when you stop being able to make money or okay money on one or few videos, it was kind of like, well, we need to pump out a lot of fucking videos to make just close to the same amount. So people started to sacrifice, you know, the quality of the information for flashy edits and stuff. Like they're focusing more on the virtual aspect of it than the information being presented, because they need to keep people there longer. They need to make clickbaits and stuff like that, because it was just not financially viable to do it in the olden ways anymore, where you need a third of the views to get the same amount of money. No, it was also the goal before. Like, it's always, like, when people started to make money, it became the goal for a lot of people. And I don't really see anything wrong with that. If it's not, you know, sacrificing the content. But when it's going to sacrifice the content, I have a problem with it. But there's a lot of people that do it for the money, but makes really good content because they care about the content. Yeah, this was when Joe Rogan was fucking. They tried to cancel him.
With Rogan was so brave.
Yeah,
I thought it was so brave.
Now that was like the alley-oop.
Yeah, but you could get the most criticism, and I'll tell you this. I don't know if you've spoken.
Cancel me.
There we go. I don't know if you and Rogan spoke, but I was talking to him about it, and he said it made him tear up, man. Made him tear up.
I love that dude, man. And you know, Rogan's a guy that, for me, look, all right, we know what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, like that's why I said fuck the noise, because it's like, if don't focus on what they want you to focus on why they're doing what they're doing. Now, do you know how much manpower it takes for someone to go through every single episode of the JRE? They probably had a whole team on that shit.
Of course.
And just like find where he was saying the word, find where he was using the N-word.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Just like they would have had like 10 people on that shit.
Yep.
And hours of fucking footage. And it's like, why now?
Yeah, it's bullshit. Joe Rogan is just not cancelable. It's so funny. They try and they just can't fucking cancel him, and I kind of love that. That's true, Don. There's so many plugins and and cheap ways to make you look professional without being a professional. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that they are using AI as their assistant, and then expecting it to be there all the time. But try going to an interview about a programming or any job whatsoever if you've been relying on AI. You know. Oh yeah, but Christ is going to do something with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I haven't caught up with Joe Rogan in forever, man. I just don't like Spotify for videos. It's bad. Yeah, I can't like I love Spotify for music, but for video it's but I stopped watching podcasts. I don't watch many podcasts anymore because there's so much fucking uninteresting shit going on. You know, especially if they're like 3-4 hours long. Like what you actually are getting out of that podcast could be boiled down to like an hour 30 minutes. And you will still get the same amount out of it. It will still be as engaging and fun because there's a lot of formalities and a lot of small talk and a lot of crazy, like, unless it's a person that I'm really, really interested in, I just can't fucking watch long form podcast anymore. They are just getting too fucking boring, and it feels like they are just doing, like, I love podcasts that is like an hour long or something like that. Like an hour, 2 hours long, because you know that they are not just, oh, let's just spend 4 hours talking about nothing for 90% of the minutes. And Joe Rogan is a little bit good at that. He's really good at just talking for the sake of talking. And yeah, I just don't like that about him anymore. It's getting really boring. Like, he needs to have a really, really interesting guest on before I'm willing to go on to Spotify and watch him. Like, really few people I will do that for. There are really few like, I'd rather sit and watch a live stream for 5 hours than watching a podcast for 5 hours. I don't, if I want to learn something about Python, let's say, if I actually can spell, I just do this. This is way faster than using ChatGPT or any AI Bing chat. I'm already starting now. Like, have you noticed how long it takes for them to find the information, type it out, condense it? It will be done about now. This is way faster. And I have a few sites, like this one here is a good site, this is a good site, Real Python is a good site, this one is also kind of okay, this one is also okay. Yeah, you can, if you know how to search on Google, you can do it faster. And you don't have to validate it because you know what you're looking for. But if I want to know, like, what's the time in New York, or who's the president of fucking Palestine, or what, yeah, I will use AI for that. Or just like or what is the top 5 streaming services? It's shit like that. But when I want shit to be done, I don't want to get someone to do it for me and then I have to fucking validate them. Because then do it and validating it, that would be longer than just me doing this. And this is what the AI is doing. It's just searching for you. And then putting it into like an human-like language. It's really, well, a lot of documentations are old when it comes to coding, though. I don't know when this was last updated, but yeah, it's. Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck about AI in my. Well, Windows already have AI integrated. The Bing chat is integrated into Windows right now. It just opened up. What is it called? Edge, but it is integrated. Well, I know how labels works under TK Insa, but I still would prefer to do it this way. It's still faster for me to do it this way than doing it with Bing with a AI. Even shit I know, it's because if you know what you're looking for and you have the background knowledge, and it's just a matter of I couldn't what is the correct for background, or what is the correct for font, or you get forgetting text variable. I need a refresher course about it. This is way faster because you know what you're looking for, you know the good sites already, and you're looking for a specific thing. Again, this is way faster. Like I said, I noticed that all of this AI shit is really good for like common unnecessary stuff, or not unnecessary, that's the wrong word, but yeah, it's like, yeah. And here's the thing. So let's say I write a program, and I go into our AI and I'm like, fix this for me. I'm not learning anything. So scientifically, this is scientifically proven. You learn and retain the information way better if you fix the problem yourself. The same if you're listening to someone teaching a subject, you will retain and learn way better and faster if you're writing it down while they're speaking. This is scientifically proven. You can go and search about those studies on YouTube. Not YouTube. Well, they're probably also on YouTube, but well, they are on YouTube because I've seen a lot of people talking about it on YouTube. But if you want to, you can go and go nuts on your AI and ask for studies about how people learn the best and retain information the best and stuff like that. AI is nothing more than an assistant. You should look at AI as an assistant. I use AI all the time. I have Google Nest. That's AI. I talk to my speakers almost daily. They remind me, of stuff I have to do during the day. Stuff like I put up like timers and appointments sometimes and stuff like that. It's going directly into my phone calendar and whatnot. I use AI all the fucking time. Google search is done by AI in the back end. It's just not sophisticated AI, it's just not an AI that is putting out a text that you can read other than a search information. But when you're searching on Google, you're interacting with AI. AI is nothing new. What's new about it is that it's speaking back to you, basically. That's what the new is, and that it's curating words, the information for you. So it's determining out from your question what would be the right answer here. So what it basically is doing when we are talking about asking for help is that how to change a tire. This is basically what the AI is doing. And then it's looking at, information on websites about to change a tire, and then it's finding what it deems to be the most reliable or most accurate information, and then it's giving you, I don't know if ChatGPT is doing it, but Bing Chat is giving you the links where it gets the information. So where it gets the information from, there is like a link you can click to read more. But what it's doing is basically what I just did right now, looking at the search results, and then determine out for some metrics what would be the most correct answers, and then taking snippets of that and putting it together or giving you the link so you can read more. So it's basically just searching for you. This is when we are talking finding information. Coding and writing a poem and stuff like that is totally different. I don't think an AI can be creative, for example. It's just imitating creativity. By looking at, write a haiku about boobs or spring. It's just looking at the internet, how other people have done it, and then putting it together in a way that makes it unique, but it's still just mimicked from other people. To be creative, you need to have an independent mind, in my opinion. You need to have an understanding of self to be creative. Because when you are creative, you are putting yourself into the creativity. When you're painting, if you're painting authentically and not just copying someone, you paint. You are the painter. That's why it's really difficult to 100% copy other paintings. If you go down to like a really, really minute detail. But I can take, pieces of the Mona Lisa and pieces of other, art pieces and put them together, and then, hey, look, here's a new art piece. I tried the is it Bing or is it GPT that have that image thing where you can ask? Oh, it was Bing. I was asking it to make a picture of different things, and they were amazing. It was amazing, but I still have this feeling that it's just taking stuff from other pictures and putting it together. Stable diffusion, I have no idea what that means. I'm not that sophisticated with words. But is it the image program? I can't remember what the image program is called. I think it was Bing. Image creator. This one here. Yeah, powered by Dell E or Dolly. It's this one here. I need to be logged in. But it's this one here. It's also part of the OpenAI toolset. ChatGPT. But yeah, it's this one here. Don't get me wrong. It's amazing. It's beautiful. This looks a little bit fake, though, with some shadowing. Or it could just be me. But just the fact that it comes from an AI, it takes every mystics away from it. Because you know that this is not authentic. It's fake. Where if you told me I did this, that gives the picture way more meaning, way more depth on a maybe psychotic level or psychology level, but human level. I think AI today is highly overrated. And I'm afraid that people put way too much trust into the state of AI today. It is great, it has advanced a fucking lot, but it's still just a dumb child. Like it's still just imitating a lot of things and pretending a lot of times. And a lot of people, when they see a new technology and it look good on the surface, they jump into it with both legs. And I'm like a little bit, let's just dip our toes in this and let's just utilize it for what it is, and not starting to be taking over everything and blah 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 blah. They've said this for decades. Like let's wait and see if it's actually going to do what it's going to do. Let's this is just a preview. Like let's wait till version 3 comes out or 1.0 comes out. Like let's make sure that this is really what it seems to be. Because there's been so many AI projects and startups over the years where it turns out that it just could not deliver in the long run. Or on these like let's be honest, GPT is kind of like we don't need coders anymore. GPT can code for us. That's kind of the notion that people are playing with out there. Okay, let it code like an Adobe Photoshop suite for Linux then. Let it code massive projects instead of just a hello world or input box. Let it do amazing, creative, and intricate things. Then I will be impressed. And then I will like if you can say to ChatGPT, build me a inventory system management system in Python or C# with the access to a SQL database. Because those are things real life people are being asked to do. GPT, build me a editing software. Build me I don't know. A note-taking app. I would be impressed. Yeah, AI, you're right. We can do a lot of the things slower than they can, and probably also better to some degree if we knew what the fuck we were doing. Like, I have no idea how to be a graphical artist, but there are probably graphical artists that can do it faster than fucking, an AI. Because they have, experience and again, the human intuition. We will see more AI getting, like, my boss can't stop talking about AI at the moment, and I'm a little bit like, he wants AI to do a lot of things, and I'm like, yeah, but we also have to remember this. There's a lot of cases where you don't need AI, You don't need the sophistication of AI. You just don't. Because we also have to remember, what if shit goes wrong? What if we need to debug something or we need to fix something? If we have not done it ourselves, we now need to learn the code, which could take way longer than if we have done it ourselves. And then just, again, in my recent years of life, I've started to admire simplicity. Finding really simple, great solutions where everyone is going to do it really complicated. Because it's fancy or it looks fancy to do it this complicated way. So when I see something that is overly complicated, I'm like, how can this become way more simple? Because it's really easy to make complicated shit. It's really hard to make streamlined, simple things. Because you need to be aware of what's needed, what's not needed, what can be done in the background, so on and so on and so on. I do feel you need to have a better understanding of a subject if you're going to simplify it than if you're going advanced into it. Because if you're going advanced into it, you could just read any fucking textbook about the subject and then just read it word by word, maybe changing it a little bit. But reading about, let's say, the molecular structure of the sun, or the chemical composition of the sun, you could just read a book about that and then just like read out that. But reading the book and understand it enough that you can tell it in as simple way as possible, so people understand exactly what's going on. And what it is that you're talking about and learning from it is an art form, if you ask me. You have to be so knowledgeable about this thing, about the subject, because you need to understand it. Okay, they may not need to know exactly down to atomic level about this little thing, but they may need a little bit more information about this, and then you put it together in a way where, when you explain it to people, they know exactly what they need to know to understand the subject and have a really good knowledge about the subject. And then you can be like, if you want to be really, really an expert in it, you go and read this, complicated document about the what the fuck was we talking about? I can't remember, like the chemical structure of the sun. We can go down to the atoms and stuff like that. But I think a lot of people, they because complexity is actually easy to do. It's easy to have buttons all over the place and functions here and variables here up your ass, and have them talk to each other in integrate loop with smart ways with the object-oriented shit there, and or databases here and stuff like that. And then it end up being like, this mess. Complicated mess. But if you can dumb it down, so to speak, that means that you understand how it's going to be used and what's going on. Way more than just making this crazy fucking complicated thing. Oh, well, that's not true. I would say the last 3 or 4 years, self-driving cars has been kinda out there. They've been used a lot. Like here in Denmark, it's actually illegal to have self-driving cars for some fucking reason. But like in the States, they've been using them for a long time. But I would say like 2020, 22, maybe 2022 is kind of where it kind of took off a little bit. Maybe a little bit before that, but you do see, like even here in Denmark, even though it's illegal to have self-driving cars, you still see a lot of Teslas driving around and stuff like that. Cars that have the ability to do it. I just think that the like what you should be looking at is how many people have a car that can do it versus how many people trust it. Because I think a lot of people buy, self-driving cars, but they don't really trust them. So they don't really use it. I think that's more the case. Because we have had like cars that did the auto throttling and stuff like that via cruise control. That's a little bit like a self-driving car. It was just controlling the throttle and stuff like that, and you have to steer it. That has been around for over a decade, if I'm not mistaken. BMW and Mercedes was one of the first having all of those electronic throttles and stuff like that, where you basically just like you set a speed on your cruise control, and then the car would automatically figure out the gearing and all that fucking shit for you. Where back in the day, cruise control was just basically fixing your throttle in one position. That was cruise control. You were just stopping your throttle in one position. And then it became adaptive. I think they called it adaptive cruise control, where it and then with automatic, gearbox and all that fucking shit. It was basically driving itself. All you had to do was basically just steering, and then the next thing was the one that where BMW crashed into another car. Is that if you came too close to another car, it would automatically brake also and stuff like that. And then we got into the Teslas of the world and stuff like that. So we had some form of self-driving car or pseudo-self-driving cars for a long time. Like I would say where this adaptive, I don't know if that's the correct word. I think every manufacturer have their own word for it. But this whole adaptive cruise control, let's call it that. Well, that's a little bit of a self-driving car. At least it's a self-throttling car. But also when they started to be aware of when they were too close or too far away from someone, and they could see like the sidewalks and stuff like that, and then acting accordingly. Where you basically just steered the wheel. That was your only job. It could stop down, it could accelerate, and you're just steering the wheel. You can actually overtake and stuff like that at some point also. That would be like self-driving, let's say 0.5 or 0.8 or something like that. I just think that people have a hard time of just letting go totally. And I don't believe that will happen until maybe people that are in like 5th grade now, when they get adults, they will probably be one of the first generations to really embrace self-driving cars. Like if you are in your mid to 20s and up, and you're driving a car that is, that has not been self-driving for like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 30 years, you're not really, like, I think most people are not comfortable having the car drive for itself. They want that control. Because for a lot of people, you have to remember, a lot of people, it's about the control of the car. It's the freedom of that they are controlling the car. If the car is driving you, you're just a passenger. You've probably seen this around, family members having a debate about who is driving the car or not. And you see who likes to drive and who don't. Because the person that likes to drive, they want to drive. The people that don't like to drive, they don't give a fuck. They're just passengers. And it's those people that like to drive that are the ones that are going to be the toughest kind of people to get to drive a self-driving car and just be like, yep, take over, boss man, somewhere in the hood. Mr. Ones and Zeros, you just do your fucking thing. And I would be sitting here watching my porn star masturbating online. You just go nuts. And if you've been driving a car for a long period of time or a short period of time, that can be really hard to get to get rid of, because it is a form of freedom. I am in control of this vehicle. It can take me places that would take me days to walk, and I can decide right now if we're going left and right, or if you're going off the road, or if I'm driving into a shopping mall. Don't do that, by the way. But you still have that control. It's still in your hands. But the more the car takes over, you might as well just hire a taxi driver. You're basically just driving a taxi without the taxi driver. And for a lot of people, I would have a hard time with it. I love driving cars, and I would have a hard time with it. I won't mind it, because if I was, at the pub and getting pissed off my titties, yeah, you just go in the car and the car drives you home, and you fall out of the door and you go into the wife and you puke on the floor and then you fall asleep on the fucking couch. You're not drunk driving or anything like that. That would be fucking amazing. Like, I see a lot of advantages with self-driving cars, don't get me wrong. And they definitely are the future. I think self-driving cars is going to be the future before AI really kicks in. It would be like most people have self-driving cars before AI is taking over the world. Because they are almost there already. You know, it's just about a matter of making them more affordable. No, it like statistics scene. It's no more safe or insecure than anything else we are doing. Like they until there are proven statistics that say that there are more accidents with self-driving cars than non-self-driving cars, I would believe you. But then again, there's not many of them. But I do believe. But here's the issue. You have to remember this. If everyone is driving a self-driving car, they are more predictable. Because then the car can potentially talk to each other. You know, the issue with driving is people doing unexpected fucking shit a lot of times. You don't know if the guy next to you in the car next to you is drunk or high or getting a blow job or just have got some painkillers for his back or something like that. You know, you don't know how the guy behind you is going to react on a slippery surface. So there is a lot of unexpected variables because of humans. You know. But if every car was self-driving and they were aware of each other while they were driving, that would almost alleviate most accidents. Because they're like, oh, there's Slippy here, let's everyone space out, you know, and all that. You don't have a bumper ride, or you don't have fucking people that are getting road rage and all that fucking shit. So I think like if every car on the road was a self-driving car, it would probably be the safest transportation way of doing it. Especially if they knew where each other was and they were talking with each other. You know, so the car miles ahead, oh, accident, and then they already are dispersing other routes down the line without you actually knowing what, like, why are we doing this? Oh, a car a mile ahead saw an accident, so the rest of the cars on the road found other ways and spaced out the traffic so we didn't get bottlenecks and stuff like that. Oh, it's sleepy here. Let's all, you know, move a distance, like double the distance between us, just in case, you know. Know exactly when it's red and white and all of that fucking shit. I do believe that self-driving cars can be way more secure than driving cars, but it you have to take away all the human variables because humans are unpredictable. Electronics are not, and you don't even need like a massive AI for that. You know, it basically could just be a lot of while loops and if and else statements. Like, if you really think about it. You know, just a shit ton of those. So it don't need to be like a brainiac AI to drive the car. It just needs to know how to react in every situation. Or most situations. Just look at planes. Like, look at planes. The only time the pilot is actively flying the plane is doing takeoff and landing. That's basically it. Oh, in the big commercial flights, of course. Other than that, it's all done automatically. And flying is the safest mean of transportation. Yeah, you can get electronics that fails. Yeah. But then you have backup systems. The proof is already in fucking aeroplane flights. You know? Like, if a plane goes down, it's not just killing one person or two persons, it's killing hundreds of people. And it's still the most safest way of traveling. And most flying is done automatically. and done electronically. We just need that amount of reliability and backup systems and whatnot in cars. And it's just a matter of, proper service, maintenance, again, the same with airplanes, and backup systems. What if this sensor goes wrong? What if one car say that this is a slippery road, but everyone else on the road is saying that it's sunny and 30,000 degrees outside? Maybe that car has an issue. That's why I say that if they talk with each other, that will mitigate a lot of fucking issues also. And then if there is a car having a issue, a warning, all of the rest of the cars then know, okay, maybe we need to, really keep a distance from that car. It could have a fault, or there is suspicion of a faulty whatever. So let's get back, people, or taking another road while this is driving itself to the mechanics. Yeah, but frequency is what you're looking for with cars. The less frequent the crashes, the better. The less frequent you have issues, the better. Yeah, so here's the thing. You're thinking about you're thinking about individual person. Planes is still the safest way of transportation. There are lesser people getting hurt or killed in planes than in cars each year. There are still more people getting hurt and dying in cars than in planes. That's what you should look for. Like, just because you only use a plane 2 times a year, they still fly 24/7 almost. You're just not a passenger of it. But if you was a passenger of it, you will still be as safe. It's about how often do the plane malfunction or hurt the person. That's what we are looking for. If you were on it or not, or your grandmother's on it instead, that's what we are talking about. Like, you don't drive your car 24/7. Some people only drive their car like an hour a day, 2 hours a day. Some people are more in planes than in cars. It don't matter how many that you use planes compared to cars. There are studies. Go Google it. There's so many studies about it. So many studies. Yeah. The whole, like, I've never been in a plane before, so I don't know if I'm afraid of flying because I've never tried it before. But yeah, that's because so here's the thing with planes, especially big planes, is that when it goes wrong, it goes massively wrong. Like I said, we're not just talking about 2-4 people dying here. Hundreds of people are dying here. So if plane was less secure or safe than automobiles, that just means that way more people are going to die then. Because it will take less airplane to kill people to get to the same amount of car kills a year, for example. If on average 2 people are dying in a car, where on average, let's just say 50 people are dying in an airplane. You do the math. You don't need many airplane crashes to succeed the car death per year. So it's really like, yeah, it's a crazy thing to think about. Yeah, but if cars can talk with each other, and they are aware of the surroundings like they are right now with LDAR, LiDAR, and all that fucking shit, they know exactly what's going on around you. The biggest variable for cars right now driving is humans. You know, someone running out on the street. Humans and animals is the biggest issue. You know, a tree, you know, a parked car, the light and stuff, other cars on the road. If every car knew where every car in, let's say, half a mile radius or something to that nature, or 100 yards or 200 yards, knew exactly where each other was. They know what's going on, and they knew the conditions and stuff. That could a tree fall down? Yeah, of course it could. Let's not be fucking idiots here. Of course it can. You know, could a cat run out in front of it? Yeah, but again, they have sensors to mitigate that. And then if a car senses a cat running out, it's telling that to everyone else. So it's not just your car braking. It could be the next 10 cars down the line braking. You know, you get what I'm coming at here. And you're back to work on back. So you're at 1 hour and 30 minutes. I'm not even going to debate this about planes and cars. It's a well-known, heavily researched subject. It's not even debatable. And we can do the Linux thing where we can find strawman arguments and bend the rules to fit our narrative. It's one of the most well-researched things on Earth. It's not even worth debating. It's just go look at the data. I don't give a fuck about a movie. Like, it's the same. It's the same. Like some people, it's like, oh, seatbelts is not saving lives because I've never been in an accident, or I've never seen anyone been in an accident where a seatbelt could have saved them. My years as a mechanic, I can tell you this much. There are plenty of times I picked up a car where if someone did not have their seatbelt on, they would not be talking to me. That's just a fact. The same with airbags. I don't give a fuck if hey, listen to yourself. Based. I don't give a fuck about based video. When I want facts, I don't go to fucking Hollywood for facts. You go read research papers. I'm not even going to debate this. It's the stupidest thing to debate. Just read. You know, just fucking read. They've been studying this since the fucking day of flights. Highway. Air. Waterborne. Railway. Oh, God, man. Would AI drive him into... It depends on so many things. I don't know. But I do know that if every car was a driving car and every car was, like I said 1,000 times now, aware of each other, talk to each other, and blah, 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 all that fucking shit, they would take every human idiocracy out of the picture. Because that's what planes are doing. What is the most dangerous part of an aeroplane? Taking off and landing. What is the time where the pilot is flying the plane, taking off and landing? Why do you think that they've been? It's also one of the most difficult part for the plane to do. That's why they have not been able to do. I don't think they've been able to successfully take off and land an airplane automatically yet. But they are spending a shit ton of fucking money on it. Because a lot of the times when a plane crashes, it's human error. A lot of times. No matter how we want to bend and shape this, a lot of car accidents could have been avoided. Not all, but a lot, if the human was not making the decision. A lot of work accidents could have been avoided if humans was not making the decisions. Even though that in some situations it's really difficult not to have a human make the decision. I totally understand that. But what I'm trying to say here is that we are most of the time the weakest link. Not saying you are. I'm saying that we as humans in general are most of the time the weakest link. I think the future transportation is combined between plane and car. I don't think we will have flying cars. It would be... So imagine this. Maybe hover cars. But imagine having cars in layers running around outside. Not running. Flying outside. Some on the ground level, some a little bit, some up in the air. It would just become unmanageable and... Well, not unmanageable in the way that you think, but... You need curtains every fucking where and have them closed all the time. You know, if you're living on 3rd floor, now people can, you know, drive past you and see your titties swinging out all over the place. Where before you didn't have to think so much about that. So a lot of real estate will really go down in price, for example. And it will be detrimental to, you know, the nature of life, you know, like it will take away a lot of nature. That when you're looking up, you're not seeing so much sky and shit like that. You're just seeing, you know, like flying cars all over the place. What about people throwing shit out of the windows? Then we need to have, you know, windows you can't open and close. And I maybe drone cars where you fly high up in the air, so over the buildings. And then have lanes up there, and then you fly down again like a chopper to the place. That I can see. Because then you don't have to navigate around buildings and trees and all of that shit. No, but for fuck's sake, it's part of the problem. Because the pilot is in control. Another reason is because of the stresses that it presents doing landing and takeoff on the plane, of course. Of course it does, but it also, like I said, most airplane, I will not say most, a part or a big part, I don't have the right statistics right now, of airplane issues is human error. Or a mixture between a mechanical thing or something going wrong and the human acting maybe not as they should do. Lack of training, blah, 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 blah. I used to be really into all of this fucking shit. I can't remember all the statistics right now. But I used to spend a lot of fucking time. Like, I used to watch all of these fucking airplane crashes, documentaries and stuff like that till I fucking could not breathe anymore. And researching them and what have you. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, but I've always been fascinated by when things go wrong, why do they go wrong? It's all been fascinating me. The same with, like, you know, serial killers and shit like that. I'm really fascinated about what's going on with their brains, you know, because I like when I see a serial killer or someone that's done like a massive bad crime, I look at it a little bit like that's a broken machine, because or else they would not have been doing that. It's just a broken bionicle machine. So I'm really fascinated about why and how and when and all of that. Like, what made them do that? You know, where's the issue here? Where's the bolt that's not been tightened enough? Or, you know, where's the screwdriver being yanked into the engine? You know, where is the issue here? I find that really fascinating. To see if there is a way to pinpoint either on a biological level or psychological level what's wrong here, what's broken here, and can it be fixed or prevented. I find that really fascinating. Really fascinating. Aircraft disasters. Yeah, I think I've seen some of those episodes, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the one that... Was it sent on National Geographic or something like that? Yeah, you're right, Neo. Yeah, again, software issues. But like, most of the software issues is bad programming by humans, you know. And yes, if AI can do that better, yeah, they will make better programs. But can AI fix the program? Okay, yeah. I've seen them then. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, because I think that there was other networks doing something similar, but they were not as detailed. To be nice, you know, they were more focusing on the human aspect of it, you know, like how the people survived and what they did, and you know. Which is also really important, don't get me wrong. But I'm more interested in why did it crash? And you're right, 9 out of 10 times it was human error, yeah. Yeah, the boring one where it was just levitating into the forest, that was the software glitch, yeah. I never really used Chrome extensions that much, to be honest. It's never really like... I have a few running, but I see someone fucking using hundreds, not hundreds, but a lot of these extensions, but I use like 3 or 4 at most. Snap VPN. Hey, Ubuntu. Easy undo, close tabs. That could be actually really useful. Block all ads, of course. Insert learning. What the fuck is that? Forest. Stay focused in a pleasant way, okay? Autofill, that's built into it though. Video downloader. Ooh, boy. That looks... Maybe I think I should do like a video series looking into all of these extensions here. Full page screenshot. That could be useful. Like I used to have a highlighter to highlight text for screenshots and stuff like that. That was really useful. Yeah, I have like 3 or 4. At most, maybe 5. Like that's really pushing it for me. Like I'm like, yeah. then I'm starting to get a little bit hyper and like, yeah, maybe I need to clean it up. Do I even have anyone installed here? Yeah, I have Gnome's shell extensions. I don't know what Vinium is. I'm not really a keyboard junkie. I'm just tired of... I need to find my perfect keyboard and that's it. Then I don't give a fuck about anything else. That's also built into Chrome. So if you go into history here, you can see all you recently closed. You can also group tabs and stuff like that. So this one here could be interesting though. I think I want to try this one here because I can't fucking remember all the shortcuts for emojis on all platforms. And I like my emojis. I like the emojis, emoji. We also have emoji keyboard. What is this one called? Last updated last year. I don't like if they... Yeah, I'm looking really into this kind of stuff here. Oh. Let's add it. You have been added. So can I just do this? Hey, I'm making emojis. I know the emoji programming language. No. I'm not a programmer. I'm just a problem solver. Web page screenshot. This looks really interesting. Oh, updated March 2018. Yeah, that's 2020. Productivity. Neptune capture. Let's get this one here. Ah, do I need to sign up? Fuck you. I probably need to sign in to do that. That can be quite handy when doing videos. Or for recording videos. Or editing videos. Fuck, I can't speak. Handy screenshot. Yeah, that's so. Let's go into furry land here. Be a piggy. It's Corbeat. Hey, piggy. Is it working over here then? Oh, fuck yeah, it's working here also. Nice. Nice. I love that. I like that. That's cool. Print friendly. That could. I need this at work because I'm printing a lot of manuals out at work lately. Yeah, I definitely need to look at this one here. Let's add this one. Oh, I'm going nuts with extensions nowadays. So, why are you not? I'm clicking on you. What if I do this and we go into, let's see. This. There you go. Oh, I can remove shit. Nice. Huh. That's kind of cool. Yeah, because right now when I'm doing something at work, I'm just doing like a snippet and then, you know, screenshotting a piece of a document. This is way better, man. Because I'm making my own documents, or because in instruction guides for a lot of industrial equipment and stuff like that, you know, there's a lot of shit in there that the operator don't need to know to troubleshoot, you know, the most common problems and stuff like that. And it can be cumbersome for them to go and read a whole, you know, repair manual just to get like, oh, click this button to restart or something like that. So I'm putting together, you know, instruction documents with the known or the most common information on. This one here could help quite a lot, and this one also, to be honest, because I'm doing it in Google Doc. I think Chrome is doing a good enough job, to be honest. You should be able to tap the do tab groups and whatnot. Okay, this is not what I expected. I thought they would like, oh, be a little bit smaller. What if I, yeah, it's just... I never used tab groups, to be honest. They are persistent. I have no idea. I just closed everything down. Well, I can go in here and I can go into history and I can say 2 tabs and restore Windows, and then it remembers it. So in that way, it remembers what's going on. You know, history. Now it's removed, but if I then close it again, doink. You can see the tabs in here. And then I can restore again. I can kind of see a use for group tab grouping, but I would just like my tab grouping is just having more windows open. And then I have all the windows regarding to one subject in this window, and then all the tabs for this subject in this window. And that's kind of how I do tab grouping. Maybe that's, I don't know if that's outdated or what, but... Oh shit, I need to get to bed, man. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and see you all later. Have a great weekend. Take care of all of that shit.